Part 2. '21. Night. Heavy, green night. Pine branches bending low to sweep the gravel road, the dying grass, the trash in the ditches. Snaky night, riotous with the last October kudzu. The kudzu would be dead in another month, like a dry brown blanket thrown over the trees and the roadsides. But now it still writhed under the moon, succulent, shifting, green. Green night. Violin Road. A trailer up on cinder blocks, a silver Bel Air and a sagging black van parked in the scrubby dirt yard. Behind the trailer, a tangled thicket of rose bushes that would bear great lacy blossoms on into November. The roses had gone wild. Nothing knew that if he turned his head, he would be able to look through the bedroom window and see the spiny etchwork of the rose bushes against the night sky. But he didn't really want to turn his head. Instead, he lay very still, stretched out flat on his back in Christian's bed. His hands moved through Christian's glittering black hair, stroked the long curve of Christian's back. Christian sighed and moved closer, nestling his head under Nothing's chin, and Nothing felt a tiny sweet flare of pain as Christian's teeth slid a little deeper beneath the skin of his throat. He knew Christian was being careful. He knew Christian wouldn't hurt him, would take only a taste of his blood. This was not feeding, this was love-making. Weren't Christian's long fingers moving over him, tracing patterns on his ribs and his thighs, seeming to worship the texture of his skin? Still, Nothing had seen those teeth. They were beautiful. He envied them, and wished he might have been born hundreds of years ago, before the adaptations of life among humans caught up with his race. But having to stay sober every night of his life would be too great a price even for fangs that curved down over his lips like hooks of ivory. At first, the teeth had only pricked Christian's lower lip. They lengthened imperceptibly. Nothing looked into Christian's mouth, but he could not see how it happened. They were simply longer all of a sudden, like hooked needles, silver white and glistening. Nothing felt those teeth hard against his lips when Christian kissed him, and when he drew back, he tasted blood. Christian bit into Nothing's throat as gently as a junkie sliding a hypo into a sore vein, but Nothing still caught his breath and shivered at the cold, exquisite pain. Then Christian's tongue was there, licking the blood away. Christian stroked him, a different touch from Zyla's, slower, gentler, less sure. They strained against each other. At last, Christian's mouth unfastened from Nothing's throat, and blood flowed between them, trickling over Nothing's chest, staining the sheets a little more. Nothing realized he had been holding his breath. He let it out in a great rush. What had he been afraid of? Christian wouldn't hurt him. He was of Christian's kind. Still, he hadn't wanted to turn his head. "Nothing," moaned Christian, a breath of fading ecstasy, born on the scent of blood. "Oh, Nothing, I would like to rip your throat open." "Thank you," said Nothing. He knew this was a compliment. Then, after a moment, "Tell me about Jessie again." Christian sighed. "She looked like you. The same great dark eyes, the same pointed chin, the same listening silence. You fucked her?" A pause. Then, "Yes. Many times over a hot New Orleans summer." "She was 16? Nothing said thoughtfully. "Something like that." "A year older than me?" "Yes." "How old were you?" A pause. 368. Nothing wanted to laugh, but he could not. The thought of all those years stored up in the being who lay beside him, belly warm with his blood, mouth slick with his spit. No, he could not laugh. The sheer weight of those years overwhelmed him. He wondered how it was for Christian. Surely 368 years of feeling could not be borne. Had Christian stopped feeling? Did he simply look upon the world, watchful, shutting out joy to keep back the pain of all the years? Nothing pressed his face into the pillow. His eyes had gone hot and wet. He kissed Christian's throat, his mouth. It was just a mouth again, a rather cold mouth now, with a dark, sweet taste on the tongue. 2 of the top front teeth were unusually sharp, but Christian didn't smile much. Probably no one ever noticed those teeth. "Will I live that long?" Nothing asked. "Perhaps, if you're smarter than Molokai and Twig and more cautious than Zyla." Christian stroked Nothing's head. "I can see the true color of your hair at the roots, golden brown. It was that color when you were a baby." "I need a dye job." Absently he twirled a piece of his hair, put it in his mouth. Then he took a deep breath and asked, "What's it like to live such a long time?" Christian didn't reply. He glanced at the window and said, "I have to leave. I'm to be at the club at 11. Nothing wanted to hold Christian, to take away those years, to do something for him. "I could come with you," he said. "Thank you, but no. I'll lose my job if I keep slipping you drinks. You stay here with the others. When they wake up, they'll want to go out." Christian stepped into a pair of impossibly long black trousers, buttoned a black shirt up to his chin. He turned to go. At the bedroom door he paused. "Christian?" Said nothing. "I would not wish it upon anyone," Christian told him. He disappeared into the dark recesses of the trailer. A moment later, Nothing heard the front door close. Then the Bel Air was grinding out of the driveway, heading down Violin Road toward town. Nothing lay among the cool, tangled sheets, staring at the rags of mist that drifted past the window and obscured the rose bushes. For a while he played with his damp pubic hair, uncurling strands of it, gently tugging at them, letting them spring back. It wasn't often he had a bed to himself anymore. Usually he slept in a sweaty knot of blankets, hair, limbs. He would wake to find Molokai's fingers in his mouth, or Twig drooling on his pillow. Often he woke to the perverse, sometimes scatological endearments that Zyla liked to murmur in his ear, so he relished this bit of privacy. He lay and let his mind drift where it would. How old was Christian now? He calculated and came up with 383 years. Nothing's mind tried to balk at the thought of all those years, but he would not let it. "No," he told himself, "you might be that old yourself some day, so think about it." That was so much time. Unless you found others of your kind, others who lived as long, you were bound to spend a lot of that time alone. Others. He made himself think it. Humans would just die on you. Stephen Ghost would die, and he would still be young and roaring. But he would not think about Steve and Ghost. Still, he had Zyla, his father, his lover, and he had Molokai and Twig and Christian. They would be there with him, alive. But there must be others of their race who were alone. Christian had been. Maybe that was why Christian seemed so reserved, yet so hungry for love when someone offered it. Just because you got used to being alone didn't mean you had to like it. Maybe time passed differently in New Orleans. Maybe a sort of dream time existed there, a time that could stretch a single day or compress 383 years. In New Orleans, he had been conceived by the bright sperm of Zyla. In New Orleans, Christian had made love to Jessie, his mother, that thin, dark-haired girl of 16, that girl who had died giving bloody birth to him. Nothing tried to imagine that summer in the French Quarter, the endless, sweltering days above the bar, Christian's long, bony hands moving over Jessie's slick breasts, her distended belly, her belly that cradled him, unborn. He wished he could be Christian's hands. He wished he could feel Jessie's weight above him, her skin slicked as if with oil. He imagined Christian thrusting up into her, parting her womb, nudging up against the fetus there. Me, he thought, in the womb. Had he been bathed with Christian semen? Had it nourished him along with the blood of Jesse? And there in the womb, half-formed, had something in him known, even then, whose child he was? Had he longed to be nourished by Zyla's sperm instead of Christian's? Had something in him wanted his father? Was that why he had spent the first 15 years of his life alone, always searching for a place he might belong, for a perfect love? Well, he had it now, body and soul and all the realm between. He remembered the night outside the sacred yew, now a month past, and all that had transpired on the cold sidewalk, the night of punishment and revelation. He had awakened sometime past sunset the next evening. Even then he was beginning to get used to the hours his new family kept, sleeping most of the day and howling all night. He woke back at the trailer, in Christian's bed. Zyla lay beside him, his head turned slightly away, his hair making colored stripes on the pillow. In slumber, Zyla's face was almost innocent, when you could not see those eyes. Father, Nothing thought. He had slipped quietly out of bed, not wanting to wake Zyla yet. He had looked at himself in the bathroom mirror, still able to meet his own eyes, and he had told himself, "For a week now, you have been fucking your own father. His tongue has been in your mouth more times than you could count. You've sucked him off. You've swallowed stuff that could have been your brothers and sisters." But he could not disgust himself. He could not make himself ashamed. He knew these were things he was supposed to feel, things the rational daylight world would expect him to feel, but he could not force himself to feel them. In a world of night, in a world of blood, what did such pallid rules matter? He wasn't sure he could ever have felt the things expected of him in the normal world, not even when he had been an unwilling part of it. Its morals had never been his. Its baubles of status had never hypnotized him with their false glitter. He tried to imagine his friends back home making love with their fathers. Julie humping her fastidious attorney dad. Lane sucking off his hippie throwback old man who grew stunted pot plants in his study and was supposed to be a genius at computer language. The idea did not offend him. It was sort of gross, because most of the fathers were not what nothing would call hot-looking, but he could not label it with words like wrong or bad. He wondered if he had ever known what those words meant. Were members of his race born with some sort of amoral instinct that shielded them from the guilt of killing to stay alive? If he had not been born with such an instinct, could he have taken that first bite out of Lane's throat? Nothing tried to imagine the circumstances that would lead, purely by coincidence, to a half-breed vampire leaving home, hitchhiking more than 200 miles, and being picked up by the very member of his race who had fathered him 15 years before. He could not do it. This was not coincidence. This had all been meant to happen. A map of his life was printed somewhere, and for a long time he had been wandering its boundaries, hopelessly lost. Now he had found its pattern. That the map might be printed all over with the legend, "Here there be monsters," did not bother him in the least. His bond to Zyla was also his bond to this world of blood and night. He knew that now Zyla would not leave him, would not abandon him. He had faced Zyla down once, and he could do it again. In a weird way, it seemed to make Zyla proud of him. Zyla had wanted him from the beginning. There must have been some biological pull between them, the seed returning to the sower. But Zyla hadn't known why. The sentiment might still have been revocable. The pull might have weakened, even dissolved, when the next bottle of cheap wine was gone. But when Christian spoke those words outside the club, those terrifying, magical words, "You're Zyla's son," the bond had become flesh. No, not just flesh. Blood. The bond was forged in blood, of course, his and Zyla's, and Jessie's that had poured out of her. Nothing was of Zyla's blood, and Zyla would not let him go now, not in 1,000 years. They might live that long, might live 1,000 years or more, and still they would be together. He would ride the highways with Molokai, Twig, Zyla, and now Christian, forever. They would drink and make wild love and never grow old, and he would never have to be alone. Nothing smiled at the ceiling. Though he did not know it, there was a wantonness to his smile that had not been there a month ago. A soft footfall made him look toward the bedroom door. A figure stood in the doorway, a black shadow, haloed by a thin line of silver light. Long, wavy hair, straight shoulders, a small, slight figure that stood as if it might be 7 feet tall, massive and regal. Zyla. "Come here," said nothing. Zyla came to him and slipped under the cold sheets with him. As Zyla's arms tightened around him, Nothing heard himself say, "Daddy." Zyla kissed his eyelids, his forehead, his lips. "Yes, that's lovely. Call me that." "Daddy," Nothing whispered as Zyla unwound the sheets, kissed his throat, his chest, the tender concave stretch of skin below his ribs. "My baby," said Zyla, and bit him gently. Nothing felt the last tattered shreds of his old life, the town, the desperately apathetic crowd at Skittles, the 2 well-intentioned fools who had pretended to be his parents, tear loose and drift away on the warm river of Zyla's tongue, on the scent of blood, of herbs, of altars. A night for reflecting. A night for thinking of matters ordinarily left untouched, left half-buried in the sludge of the unconscious. Some nights seem shaped by an unseen dark hand. Some nights seem made for lying awake, eyes following the cracks and fly specks on the ceiling, or the dead leaves and flowers pinned there, or the painted stars. Some nights seem made for plodding through the mind sludge, poking at swollen and corrupted things, then ruthlessly heaving them over and staring them full in the face. Some nights are made for torture, or reflection, or the savoring of loneliness. Zyla lay draped around Nothing. To someone who lifted the tin roof off the trailer and looked upon the 2 small figures tangled in the sheets, Zyla's position would have appeared both protective and possessive. He lay with his cheek against Nothing's smooth hair, and he thought, "Mine, more than anything was before, more than anything will ever be again. This is mine, my seed, my blood, my soul." In town, a bad country and western band took the stage at the Sacred U. Christian wiped down the bar and tried not to listen to the mournful strains of the Rickenbacker, tried to blot out lyrics like, "This heart was made for drinkin', not for thinkin'." His mind turned to Zyla and Nothing, to their obsessive, incestuous passion for each other. Well, he asked himself, what difference can it make? Who can it hurt? There are so few of us, and if it stops 2 souls from being alone, then where is the harm? He worried for Nothing because he knew Zyla was mad. Madder even than he had been 15 years ago at Mardi Gras. The green light in his eyes was crazier, his passion for violence and pain more evident. But perhaps the whole race was mad in one way or another. Surely years upon years of living on the fringes of the world would drive anyone to madness. Zyla and the others, their madness was that they had grown to love living as nomads, outlaws, murderers. Their madness made them happy, and as for Nothing, perhaps being loved by his mad, beautiful father was better than being alone. In another part of town, out where the pines hung heavy and green, where the October colors of the other trees flamed darkly in the night, where the kudzu marked the passage of the road, Ghost lay curled in bed. He was aware of Steve in the next room, sleeping the sleep of alcohol, sodden and dreamless. Steve wasn't drinking so much beer lately. he had started on Jim Beam instead. Tonight he had begun by drinking it with tap water and ended up taking straight slugs from the bottle, and by the time Ghost helped him stagger to bed, he had put away a fifth of the stuff. Steve talked and talked, laying blame. "That bitch," he said. "That fucking betraying bitch. And that green-eyed motherfucker. I wonder how he'd smirk if somebody cut off his balls." Ghost listened, saying yeah and uh-huh at the appropriate places. But where was the point in laying blame? Zyla had bewitched Anne. Ghost knew from his grandmother that love spells don't work on people who don't want them, and they are surely the hardest kind of spells to undo once they are done. And as for Nothing, well, Nothing was home after all, wasn't he? Blood calls to blood. If Nothing wanted to sleep every night in his father's arms, then Ghost guessed that was what he must do. He wrapped his arms around his pillow and wondered, what will come of all this? Where will all these lost souls go? But that was not the question he wanted to ask. What would come, would come. He reached out with his mind and found Anne in the dark somewhere, wandering by herself, searching for something that would only hurt her if she found it. Bewitched. She could not feel his mind brushing hers, would not answer him. He closed his eyes and tried to will himself to sleep. He'd been crying a lot lately, but he didn't want to cry alone in the dark. As Ghost began to dream, the inhabitants of the trailer on Violin Road congregated in the tiny kitchen and greeted the new night with plastic cups of wine. At the Sacred U, Christian watched the bar clock and counted off the hours until closing time. Night. 22. Scratch. Pop. A yellow-orange explosion in the dark. Steve lit a fat joint that had been rolled from more of Terry's Popocatépetl purple. Sparks showered down, flared like tiny nighttime suns among the damp pine needles, and died. It was Halloween night, and they were sitting in the tiny Civil War graveyard in the woods behind their house. Ghost liked to come out here to smoke, to be among the trees and lie on the thick carpet of pine needles. He liked the gravestones that seemed to sprout like mushrooms from the forest floor, the weathered crosses of wood and granite, the white lambs and winged death's heads so worn away that they might have been natural outcroppings. When Steve sucked at the twisted cigarette, its light made his eyes into deep, dark pools, through his sharp nose and chin into spooky shadowed relief. Ghost took the joint and dragged deeply. The glow turned his hanging pale hair fiery, suffused his eyes. He held his breath for a long time, sighed out a great plume of smoke, and leaned back against his favorite gravestone, that of Miles Hummingbird, 1846 to 1865. Kinsey's great-great-great-uncle, a private in the Confederate Army, shot somewhere in the Virginia woods on a rainy day near the end of the war, trundled home to North Carolina, and buried in the springtime mud. Miles's gravestone was rough and gray and moldering, and Miles's bones fell softly away to dust below. In the drifts of his body lay a shell with creamy pink insides, a shell he had carried home from his family's one trip to the shore when he was 12, a shell his sister had laid in his hands over his torn chest, a shell with dry tears inside 120 years old. Ghost put his cheek against the cool granite and thought, "Is it cold in the shell tonight, Miles?" And Miles's rusty Carolina voice, so very far away, said, "It's warm, Ghost. It's warm and yellow as the sand, and the ocean is the color my sister's eyes once were." "Blue-green?" said Ghost. "Like the calm ocean, or blue-gray like before a storm?" He didn't realize he had spoken aloud until Steve glared at him. "Shit, what a way to spend Halloween, in the graveyard listening to you talk to the spooks. I ought to be over at RJ's party with 5 or 6 brews already down and another one ready to go. Not in the damn graveyard getting stoned." Steve lay back in the pine needles with his hands behind his head and regarded the smeary, glittering stars that were beginning to appear. He looked as if he would like to snuff them out. "You don't need any beer," Ghost told him. "You've been drinking too much. Weed clears out your brain." "You think Anne will be at that party?" "Not if she thinks you will." "No, I guess not. I guess she's still hanging around that trailer on Violin Road, out where those creeps moved in." Steve was silent for a moment. "You know, they never let her in. I drove past there one day and saw her in their yard. Thought maybe her car had broken down, so I stopped and asked her if she wanted to ride into town. But she told me to get lost. Said she was waiting for her true love." He sucked at the joint. "I hope they tell her to fuck off." Ghost lay down next to Steve. "What did you do?" "I sprayed gravel, peeled out of there. I figured if I hung around, I'd either kill her or that little green-eyed fucker." Ghost heard Steve's knuckles cracking. "You don't want to mess with them," he said. "Yeah, I know what you told me. His face was all healed up, and that means he must be Count Dracula or something. I don't remember, Ghost. I don't know." "Trust me, then." "Guess I better. What else have I got to trust?" There was no anger in Steve's voice now. He only sounded sad and very tired, a man who wanted to stop thinking. Ghost would have done anything to make Steve happier, but what could he do? Unbewitch Anne? Tell Zyla and his crew to get out of town before sunrise? He propped himself on his elbows and shook a few pine needles out of his hair. The sweet orange smell of singeing pumpkin flesh drifted in from the houses at the edge of the woods. Ghost wondered if the one-eyed jack-o'-lantern he had carved was still burning on their front porch. He felt desperate to talk about something, anything else. "The lost souls get to come out tonight," he said. "Huh? You mean us?" The joint had gone out. Steve lit it again. Ghost sucked spicy smoke, felt his lungs expand and his brain swirl. "All the dark things, all the sad things and the minds left over from the bodies, the minds who don't know they're dead, the ones with no place to go." He felt his pupils grow larger against the dark. "And the evil things, too." "Now you're trying to give me the creeps. Well, I can play that game, too. Want me to tell you the story of the hook again, huh?" The joint had burned down to a 1/4 inch. Steve snuffed it and dropped it in the pine needles, then began to cough. "Fuck it. I want a beer. Let's go over to RJ's." "Shh!" Ghost's head came up. His hair fell over his eyes, and he brushed it away. After a second, Steve sat up and stared into the woods, too. Something flickered through the pines and kudzu, a bright orange smudge on the night. A jack-o'-lantern, Ghost guessed, burning on someone's porch. But he thought he heard a rustle, a noise just slightly too loud to be made by a squirrel or a nightbird. A crunch. Footsteps. Soft footsteps coming through the woods. "Something's out there," he told Steve. Steve opened his mouth and shut it again. He was going to say something about smoking too much weed, Ghost supposed, but had thought better of it. Good. "Okay," Steve managed in a whisper. "What do we do?" "Get up quiet. Stay behind me." Steve grabbed Ghost's arm. Ghost felt electricity flowing between them, white and crackling and pure. "Like hell I will. I'm not letting you—" "Stay behind me," Ghost said again, and looked straight into the woods, trying to feel out whatever might be coming. Then branches broke. Dead leaves rattled down like dry brown bones. Something round and fiery hurtled toward them. Steve went down fast, pulling Ghost with him. Ghost fell as limply as a rag doll. The savage orb exploded against Miles's gravestone. Ripe orange pulp splattered them. Ghost shielded his face with one hand and felt wildly for Steve with the other, then heard an unhappy young voice wail. "Shit! I tripped! My shoelace came untied!" Ghost lifted his head. "Nothing?" Chunks of pumpkin and pulp slimed the ground, shiny black in the moonlight. In the middle of the mess, the boy struggled to his knees and swiped futilely at his raincoat. He wouldn't meet Ghost's eyes. "Shit! I tripped over my own goddamn shoelace. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Don't worry about it." Ghost crawled over and put his hand on Nothing's shoulder. Nothing's face tilted up to Ghost's. His eyes were shadowed, his cheekbones more prominent than they had been outside the sacred yew a month ago, his lips drawn tight across his teeth. For no good reason, Ghost thought suddenly of certain strange happenings in Missing Mile lately. The bodies of 2 railroad bums, mutilated and decayed, found half buried in the dead kudzu near the train tracks. The disappearance of a little boy out on Violin Road. But those things did not bear thinking about right now. "What happened?" he asked Nothing. "They didn't kick you out, did they?" At the thought, a breath of cold wind seemed to pass through Nothing. He shuddered. "No. Oh, no. Christian gave me the jack-o'-lantern. I was bringing it to you. I walked over here." "You walked all the way from Violin Road?" Steve interrupted. "Shit, kid, that's 3 or 4 miles. "Yeah," said Nothing. "I didn't want the others to know I was coming. I told them I was just going out for a walk. And you weren't home, but I heard your voices back here, and I saw you lighting matches." "So, what do you want?" said Steve. He seemed to have remembered that Nothing was on the wrong side. "Does your green-eyed buddy want me to send Ghost on over? He already took my girlfriend. He might as well have my best friend, too." Ghost poked him, but he kept talking. His voice was unsteady. "Maybe he wants my car, or my bag of pot. I'll just go home and pack it all up for him." Nothing stared at the ground. "No, I came to tell you that we're leaving. All of us. Tonight. We're going to New Orleans." "Even Christian?" asked Ghost. "He's from New Orleans. He's going home?" "The new barkeep?" said Steve. "How the fuck do you know that?" "Yeah," said Nothing. "He's scared to go back. Somebody there is after him. But he can't let us leave without him. And I was born in New Orleans. So this time, I really am going home." "I'm happy for you, I guess." Ghost was surprised to find that he would miss Nothing. He hadn't seen the boy since that night at the club, that horrible night. But now he realized he had been hoping that Nothing would show up on the doorstep one day, forsaking his family, or forsaken by them, saving himself. But that was impossible. Blood calls to blood. Nothing had to go home. "Wait a sec," said Steve. "How come you walked all the way over here to tell us you were leaving? This doesn't have anything to do with Anne, does it?" Nothing studied the ground some more, stirring the pine needles with the toe of his sneaker. "I was kind of hoping you knew. I'm afraid she'll try to follow us. She came and told Christian yesterday." Nothing swallowed, glanced at Steve, blinked several times. His eyes looked huge in the half-light. "Forget it," he said. "Mostly, I just came to tell you goodbye. I'm sorry things turned out like they did. I wish they could have been different. But I'm with my family now." He slipped his arms around Ghost's neck and quickly kissed Ghost's cheek with cold, chapped lips. Then he turned away. "Wait!" Ghost snatched at a thin, black-clad arm. Nothing looked back, his face wary, half hidden in shadow. "It scares me, Nothing." Ghost pulled his hair over his face. "But I need to know. What are they? What are you?" "I think you know." Nothing stepped back and gave them a wide smile. On any other face so young it would have been a sunny, angelic smile. But on Nothing's face it was wrong, so wrong that at first Ghost could not grasp why. Then he knew. Most of Nothing's front teeth had been filed to sharp points. "What did Anne say to Christian?" Ghost whispered. "I didn't want to tell you," said Nothing. "She's going to have a baby. She says it's Zyla's baby." Ghost could not speak. After a moment he had to close his eyes. When he opened them, Nothing had faded back into the woods. Without the glow of the jack-o'-lantern to mark his path, he disappeared quickly, melting like a black wraith into the shadows between the trees. Ghost turned to look at Steve. Steve had pulled a plant out of the ground and was using its leaves to wipe pumpkin pulp off his face. "Are you okay?" Ghost asked. "Huh? Yeah, why shouldn't I be?" Steve looked at the leaves he'd been wiping his face with, held them up to the moonlight. Poison oak. It figures. Shit. You won't get it, Ghost told him. How do you... Steve slapped his knees. Okay, I won't get it. Do we have to wait till somebody slings a rotting corpse at us, or can we go over to RJ's now? Sure, we can go to RJ's. If Steve wanted to pretend he hadn't heard Nothing's parting words, if Steve had refused to notice that mouthful of sharpened teeth, Ghost wasn't going to force it. It would catch up to Steve sooner or later, and then all hell would break loose. The lights were bright at the party. Terry Bucket answered the door wearing a pair of long johns with psychedelic peace signs painted all over them. He took one look at Steve, pointed over his shoulder, and said, "The keg's that way." They found it out on the back porch in a garbage can full of ice. As Ghost was pumping it, RJ caught up with them. His Dracula makeup was smudged on his nose where he kept pushing his glasses up. "We're having a vampire film festival," he explained, supporting himself against the porch railing. "They're just finishing up Near Dark. That one's real cool. You missed The Lost Boys." "Fucking shame," said Steve, darkly, draining half of his first beer. RJ put a dripping cup into Ghost's hand. He sipped it, tasting the tingling foam and the barley funk and something metallic. Something metallic and red. No. The beer was clear, white and golden, pure. He swallowed that mouthful in a hurry. Then he drank off the rest of the cup. Ghost sat on the floor and drank 2 more cups of beer. Vamp was on now. All the vampires seemed to be aged, running a honky-tonk joint, the remainders of a glorious race. He tried to talk to Monica when she walked by, but she was dressed as the Raven and would only say, "Nevermore." He was about to go in search of some fruit juice when Steve loomed in front of him, swaying slightly, reeking of beer, his T-shirt stained with it. Steve grabbed Ghost's hands and pulled him up. "Let's go." They staggered out to the T-Bird, Steve leaning most of his weight on Ghost. When Steve tried to get behind the wheel, Ghost said, I'm driving." Steve put the keys in his hand without argument. Ghost slid in and cranked up the engine. Beside him, Steve lay against the passenger door, eyes slitted, staring up at the night sky. Ghost reached over and touched Steve's shoulder. "Steve. Hey, Steve. Where are we going?" "New Orleans," said Steve without looking away from the stars. "Drive." 23. "She's going to what?" said Molokai when Christian told them. "Again," said Twig. "What would we do with a baby?" "We could eat it," Molokai offered. Zyla grimaced. "Eat my baby? Are you mad?" After a moment's reflection, he added, "Nothing and I might eat it, but you couldn't have any." "Zyla! Please!" "Not one drop. Not one pink sugar drop." They might eat it, too, thought Christian. They just might, even if it was Nothing's half-brother or sister. The idea did not strike Christian as particularly immoral, but it made him sad. He stood silently before them, considering Zyla. Those eyes, and the perfect pink lips twisted in amusement or disgust, and his entourage clustered around him. For a moment, Christian almost disliked them. Not Nothing, but the other 3. He hated their insouciance, their cheerful cruelty. They didn't care about the girl. Their time in Missing Mile was done. They would go on to New Orleans and carry on their never-ending party without a backward glance. It did not matter to them that another girl's belly would swell with a malignant child, a child that would eventually rip her open and bleed her dry. "You must get rid of it," he had told her. He'd been out behind the trailer cutting the last roses of the season. The bushes were dry now, brown and gnarled. Somehow, he would have to stretch his income from the bartending job to pay the rent on the trailer, and buy the sweets and liquor that the others throve upon. Nothing had already offered to look for a job. He was good-hearted, but what place would hire a boy who looked so young and so strange? and Molokai, Twig, and Zyla were used to their luxurious nomadic life, traveling from city to city, living off the blood and money of their kills. But in Missing Mile there were no wealthy victims. There were only drifters and bastard children and travelers who had lost their way. As he was cutting the last rose, a great, frothy pink-orange thing whose veined petals curled delicately into red at the edges, the girl Anne came up behind him and touched his sleeve. Christian had seen her near the trailer before, trying to look through the windows, tugging at the doors of the black van. He had not known precisely what had happened between her and Zyla. When she told him, Christian's heart sank. Had Zyla grown up not at all in 15 years? Had he never heard of condoms? "I'll have a beautiful baby," she said, "with green, green eyes." "It will kill you," he told her. "They'll leave you, and you'll be alone, and it will kill you." He turned to face her, the huge rose in one hand, a rusty pair of scissors in the other. "Listen to me. You have to get rid of it. You must." "Why?" Christian met her eyes. Anne's eyes danced like spiders. They gleamed, empty of reason. She had not looked that way a month ago at the sacred yew. Already Zyla's essence was infecting her as it had infected Jessie. He could tell her the truth, that Zyla was of another race, a race whose seed was bloody poison, that Zyla's baby would rip her apart inside and she would die as Jessie had died 15 years ago, her thighs sticky with blood, her eyes rolled back silver-rimmed in her head. Yes, he might tell her all that. She was already mad enough to believe it. But if she knew what danger she was in, she might tell someone else. She might convince someone. And that would endanger nothing, would endanger Zyla and the others. The young, the fine, the fire of a dying race. No, he could not betray them. "You must get rid of it because he will leave you," Christian said lamely. "You'll be alone." "I'll follow them wherever they go," Anne said. "I'll follow Zyla." Her hair hung loose about her face, straggling, bright as flames. She was just a girl like Jessie, a human girl who should have a life without fear or pain caused by the whims of others, a girl who should have healthy children that she could live to care for, babies she could nurse at her breast, babies that would not feed upon the tissue of her innards. Christian knew he could not let the others leave him a second time. He could not watch that black van disappear down the road and wonder whether he would ever see it again. If they left Missing Mile, he would follow them. They would protect him from Wallace Creech, and if Anne followed too, perhaps he could convince her. Perhaps there would be some way to keep her from giving birth to another of Zyla's beautiful, deadly children. "They'll go to New Orleans," he told her, "to the French Quarter." There, it was done. She might follow them. She might find them. She might not. Christian turned away toward the trailer. He did not look back at the girl who stood by the rose bushes, the girl with funereal black lace tied in her bright hair. The girl who, even though there was no physical resemblance, none at all, reminded him so strongly of Jessie 15 years ago. The same bewitched light shone in her eyes. 24. After they left the Halloween party, Ghost drove to Anne's house. Her Datsun was not parked in the driveway, but her father's red Buick was. Ghost didn't want to talk to Simon Bransby. Not tonight, not about all this. And he could see that there was no light on in Anne's corner room. Ghost swung past the Greyhound station over by the old farmer's hardware store. Anne's car was in the parking lot, but it already looked abandoned. The bus station was dark. No one sat on the lone bench out back. The southbound night bus came through Missing Mile every night at 10:05. It was long gone. Ghost drove back to Burnt Church Road, grabbed their toothbrushes and Steve's bag of pot, and pointed the car out of town. He could think of nothing better to do. New Orleans, Steve had said, and Anne was probably headed there too. Steve slumped against the passenger door, his breathing deep, heavy, exhausted. He was in no shape to answer questions, So Ghost took NC-42 south out of Missing Mile without looking over his shoulder. He knew he would be back. He and Steve could travel anywhere, but they always came back to Missing Mile. The road made him as nervous as a racehorse. He wasn't good at driving, not like Steve. Driving was in Steve's blood. But the highway billowed and writhed before Ghost's eyes. Stars glittered in the rearview mirror. The moon dodged shreds of pale cloud. The night was dark, then bright, then dark again. Halloween night. A bad time to travel. What might be keeping pace with the T-Bird? What strange eyes might mark the car's passage? Ghost kept the windows cranked tight shut, kept his nostrils flared for trouble. As he drove past Miss Caitlin's place, Ghost saw a lone candle flickering in the front window. Miss Caitlin knew enough to stay inside tonight, her small fire warming the good spirits and keeping the bad ones away. With a longing that ached in his bones, Ghost wished he were asleep between the crisp, faded sheets of Miss Caitlin's guest bed. He had spent so many childhood nights in that bed, napping, waking and tossing, twining his fingers in his hair, and trying to hear the quiet conversations of Miss Caitlin and his grandmother in the next room. Sometimes they spoke of things he couldn't understand, things that frightened him, names he could never recall when clear sunlight spilled through the window panes the next morning. Astaroth. He thought he remembered that. Or was it Asafoetida? Sometimes, as old women will, they spoke of recipes and grown children and husbands strayed or buried. Still Ghost had listened rapt, turning over each word he could hear, keeping it like a jewel-colored pebble or a broken blue eggshell somewhere in his mind. And sometimes they spoke of him. At those times he thought his ears would pull loose from his head and fly away, so hard did they stretch to listen. "He won't ever have it easy, Deliverance. The boy's gift is just too damn strong." That was Miss Caitlin. She meant him, Ghost. The gift was the things he knew or felt without having any way to know. The things he couldn't tell just anybody, the things his grandmother always understood. "I know it, Caitlin. Nobody with the gift ever has an easy time, especially not when they're as open-hearted as my Ghost. Let that boy try to tell a lie and his forehead turns to glass." That was his grandmother, her voice softer than Miss Caitlin's, her words softer too. "But I trust him to use it well. He'll never hurt anybody with his gift." Her voice had lowered then. "The only thing I worry about is his gift might hurt him. He'll spend his life feeling everybody else's pain. Takes a lot of strength not to lay down and be crushed under that weight." Ghost jerked awake and tossed his head. He was being lulled to sleep by voices from the past, by the night road, by the spirits drifting between midnight and dawn. As he drove past the graveyard outside Corinth, Ghost saw the humped stones palely gleaming, the rags of mist that rose from the cold ground. He felt the hair at the back of his neck trying to stand up. "Lie down and be quiet," he told it. Those graves weren't dangerous. Even if spirits roamed there, they were just people. Frightened, maybe, because their bodies were rotting and drying and dusting away. Frightened and maybe even angry. But still people. They couldn't hurt him or Steve. Not like some things. Some of the monsters were alive. Ghost thought of Miles' hummingbird. Did Miles roam tonight? Did his spirit soar on the night winds like the roar of the ocean? And would Miles have to return to his grave at dawn, summoned back by some rooster crowing, some train whistle blasting far away in the cold morning? Ghost tried to send his mind into the night, out where Miles or Miss Deliverance might hear him. "Help me, my dear dead," he thought. "Help me stay awake. Help Steve wake up without a really bad hangover. Let him want to drive, because I don't know how much longer I can keep this steamboat on the road. Help me if you can." It didn't work. Not right then. But an hour later, as US-1 took them down into South Carolina, Steve unfolded himself, groaned, and said, "What the fuck are you doing driving my car?" "Thank you," thought Ghost as he went to sleep, his head leaning against the window, his eyes blessedly shut. Thanks, and good night. Speeding away from midnight, Steve felt good. Good because they had found a truck stop where 4 cups of bitter black coffee had sent his hangover to headache heaven. Good because he'd tuned into an FM station that played classic rock all night long. He sang along with the old tunes loud enough to keep himself awake, soft enough to let Ghost sleep. But good most of all because they were on the road again. He was not thinking about Anne or green-eyed Zyla, that little jerk-off, Steve's mind automatically subtitled him, or even New Orleans. He was not brooding over the way the last few months had turned to shit. He was not thinking at all. He was only singing along with the radio, letting the cold wind whip his hair across his eyes, letting the road wash his soul clean. Heaviness fell away with each mile he left behind. He felt weightless. God, he could road trip forever. He knew what lay at the end of the road. More of Anne's bullshit, more fury, more pain. But the highway was home. After a while, something began to nibble at his happiness. I've got maybe $35 on me, he figured. My last paycheck from whirling disc, less beer money. And Ghost never carries any cash. We're going to need money soon. Okay, but there was a way to solve that problem. Dangerous fucking renegade business, but so easy if he could pull it off. Steve started scanning the roadside. Used car dealerships, orange sodium lights glinting on rows and rows of souped-up wrecks, making them look like cars in an old black-and-white movie. A rail yard, tracks crossing and diverging like some tangled puzzle of wood and iron, boxcars casting long, square shadows. There, up ahead. That was what he wanted. A ramshackle little gas station closed down for the night. And outside, the dim glow of a Coke machine. The old-fashioned kind. The kind you could jimmy. Steve pulled up in front of the store and killed the lights. Don't, Ghost said thickly. Go back to sleep, Steve told him. It'll buy our beer in the French Quarter. He fished through the mess in the back seat and found his trusty coat hanger, knelt, and fed it into the coin return slot. It was about to catch. There. He could feel it nearly catch. If the Coke machine had been a girl, Steve would have been getting ready to make it come like a banshee. That's it, baby, he muttered, and then something with a lot of weight behind it slammed into his back. Pain flared deep in his kidneys. Steve lost his balance and spilled backward into the dust of the parking lot. Looks like we got us a trick-or-treater. Steve twisted to meet the 2 most emptily gleeful pairs of eyes he had ever seen. These 2 made Zyla's thug friends look like geniuses, or at least sub-geniuses. They had sloping foreheads and tattoos that wound down ropey muscled arms and spread dark tendrils over the backs of grimy hands. One of them was broad-chested, with features that seemed too large and sensual for his face, a redneck Dionysus. The other was scrawny. His colorless hair fell straight and fine from under a mesh baseball cap stitched with the Coors logo, a trusty asshole indicator if there ever was one. In one knuckly fist, he gripped a hammer. He grinned at Steve, showing crooked little teeth. We got anything for trick-or-treaters, Willie? Willie laughed, the sound made up in malice what it lacked in humor. Shit, I didn't save no candy. You got any candy, Charlie? Yeah. Charlie swung the hammer. It whistled past Steve's head, inches away. I got me a big jawbreaker right here. Fuck off, he said, struggling to his knees. I wasn't bothering you. His voice sounded thin and scared. He cursed it. Now will you listen to this? Willie's face was suddenly the picture of shocked innocence. Asshole was fixin' to rip off my daddy's Coke machine in the parking lot of my daddy's store, and he thinks we ought fuck off and leave him be. What you say, Charlie? Charlie let loose a high, toneless giggle. I think we better beat the shit out of him. The gas station didn't belong to Willie's daddy. With a sudden, Helpless fury, Steve was sure of that. They were carrying a hammer, for fuck's sake! Why would you carry a hammer around a deserted gas station in the middle of the night? To bash in the skull of some punk city kid you caught ripping off the Coke machine? Not likely. To bust a window? Maybe. To pound hell out of the cash register? Bingo. Steve congratulated himself. You win the prize. Willie's going to give you the golden ticket. Steve sputtered laughter. It came with no warning, hysterical and beyond control. He leaned against the Coke machine and tried to catch his breath, but he couldn't help it. Willie was going to give him the golden ticket, and bang, bang, Charlie's silver hammer was going to come down upon his head. Then maybe they could make him squeal like a pig. Steve knew he'd better stop laughing, knew things might get real unpleasant around here if he kept laughing, but he couldn't quit. Not until Charlie's fist smashed into his cheekbone and the sole of Willie's boot came down on his ribs. Or maybe it was Willie punching him in the face and Charlie stomping his ribs. It didn't matter. He grabbed a thick jeans-clad ankle and yanked. Charlie went down. The hammer flew out of his hand and thunked into the dust 6 feet away. Steve smelled shit. It was masked under the smell of cheap beer and redneck sweat, but it was shit all right. He thought of saying, "Pardon me, but which one of you stepped in shit?" and snorted more laughter, crazy laughter, through the pain in his face and his ribs. Willie was coming for him again. He brought his legs up and pistoned both boot heels into the greasy crotch of Willie's jeans. Willie doubled up with only a loud grunt. Apparently he was more of a man than Charlie. But here came good old Charlie again, and he'd got his silver hammer back. Could you say amen and hallelujah? And he was raising it high above his head. Steve wondered briefly whether maybe he should have had his soul saved after all. And then Ghost shot into the fray, screaming like a mad thing and swinging his own hammer, the one Steve always kept under the front seat of the car. Ghost's hammer connected with Charlie's elbow, and Steve heard something crack. He just managed to get out from under Charlie's hammer as Charlie dropped it, howling and clutching his elbow. Steve grabbed the stray hammer, rolled, and came up on his feet. Now he and Ghost both had hammers. They faced the rednecks, keeping each other covered. The rednecks didn't seem like much of a threat now, cringing back against the wall of the building. Willie's hands were still cupped tenderly around his crotch. Charlie's right arm dangled uselessly. His face had gone the color of bad cheese. They stared at Steve and Ghost like cornered possums, too stupid to be really scared, but wary. "We ought to bash your cracker brains in," Steve told them. "But we're not," Ghost said hurriedly. "We're just going to get back in our car and leave. Don't make any fast moves." He brandished his hammer at them. Steve waved his, too, but he was beginning to feel he had lost control of the situation. He edged around the front end of the car and pulled his door open. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ghost doing the same. They threw themselves in, and both doors slammed at once. Steve thumbed the lock button. Ghost was ranting at him. "Hurry, hurry, let's get the hell out of here before they stomp both our asses." The engine started on the first try. Steve gunned the car across the parking lot and had the satisfaction of seeing Willie and Charlie scrabble out of his way like crabs in boiling water. He thought he might have clipped one of them. Hoped so. Then the gas station was dwindling in the red glow of the taillights. He glanced at Ghost, who was sprawled backward in his seat, half grinning. He thought he could see Ghost's heart pounding through the thin cloth of his T-shirt. "You just saved my ass," Steve told him. It was a rare moment of awkwardness between them. "I owe you one." "Wait till we get to New Orleans," Ghost said. "You can buy me a bottle of Night Train." His hand crept across the seat, found Steve's hand, and held it tight. Steve thought he could feel a message flowing into him through Ghost's warm fingers. "You get yourself killed, Steve, and that's it. That's the end of the game for me, too. I know you're bummed out, and you think I'm the only person in the world you can trust, but I need you, too. So you better keep your ass safe. I need you, too." Sometime closer to dawn, but not too close, not dangerously so, a battered silver car drove along the same road that Steve and Ghost had left behind an hour ago. A Bel Air. Zyla hadn't wanted to wait for Christian to gas up his car and give Kinsey Hummingbird his notice, so they had all arranged to meet in the French Quarter the following night. Christian had forgotten to turn his headlights on. For him, the road was lit well enough by moonlight and the faint glitter of the stars, and there were no other cars on the highway, not this late at night. At least, there had been none, but as he rounded a sharp curve, a pickup truck screeched out of a side road onto the highway behind him. Its headlights burned a blinding bar into his rearview mirror. Its horn blared as the driver saw Christian's car too late and braked too hard. Then the pickup was skidding off the road, smashing down a short embankment, rolling over and over. At last the truck came to rest against the trunk of a massive pine. The windshield was cracked, blood-smeared. Christian pulled off the road and left his car. He picked his way carefully down the embankment. The passengers in the pickup were dead, or nearly so. He could smell that. There was no oily tang of gasoline, no smell of heat. The truck would not catch fire. There was only the heavy scent of blood, rich and laced with alcohol. Christian knew the accident had been his fault. After all, he had left his lights off. But he had not meant to, and the truck had been going much too fast. And he was hungry. The truck's passenger must have died instantly. His features were smeared across his face in a blur of blood and bone studded with broken glass. The driver was still alive. His body lay twisted across the seat, his scrawny legs pinned somewhere between the dashboard. But he was conscious. Blood, soaked from under his mesh cap, beaded his colorless hair. The driver moaned when he saw Christian, and when Christian bent to the passenger's torn throat, he tried to scream, but he could not open his mouth. His chin had struck the steering wheel with crushing force, and his jawbones ground together, pulverized. As Christian lapped the dying blood off Charlie's lips and chin and throat, Willie could only watch. 25. Everyone else had a car to drive, or a bunch of loud companions, or at least, like Christian, a radio to play all night, brave rock and roll occasionally exploding into bursts of static, whispering in voices that almost formed words. Anne's decrepit Dotson would never make it all the way to New Orleans. She had no car, no companion, and she had sold her Walkman to another girl at work so she could see REM play at Duke University last month. She couldn't even listen to her Cocteau Twins tape on her way to meet her love. By the time she got home that night, she knew she was going to New Orleans. It had been easy enough to stand there in the trailer yard talking to the tall bartender, telling him she would follow Zyla anywhere. But when it came right down to going, well, that had to be thought out for a while. At work, waiting tables in the Spanish restaurant whose gold-flocked wallpaper and red pile carpet passed for elegance in the North Carolina sticks, she thought it out. By the time she left, she was able to phrase a note to the kitchen manager explaining that there was a sudden illness in her family, and could the balance of her pay please be forwarded to Anne Bransby Smith, General Delivery, New Orleans, Louisiana. She didn't really expect to see that money. Maybe when Zyla saw how she truly loved him, he would provide for her. The purple silk lining of his coat spoke of wealth. She had thought it out carefully, but she was still scared by her decision. Leave Missing Mile? She had never done that, not even to go to college. After high school graduation, she hadn't applied to any schools, telling herself she was taking a year off to concentrate on painting. Steve and Ghost were going to State. If they thought college was worth anything, then she might go. But the year turned into 2. Steve and Ghost got disillusioned and came back home, fell back into their dream of being rock stars. She couldn't talk to Steve now, didn't think she ever would again. But there was still Elliot, only 10 miles down the highway, who knew nothing about her night with Zyla outside the Sacred U. She could see him any day after work. She admitted to herself that she hadn't wanted to see him much lately. He wouldn't smoke pot, and was a little shocked that she did. He even wanted her to quit smoking her unfiltered Camels. "Can't you at least switch to one of the low tar brands?" he'd asked, and hadn't understood why Anne burst out laughing. Elliot couldn't even outdrink her. What kind of man got sleepy after drinking 3 light beers? The only thing Elliot really liked to drink was his loathsome gin and cokes. She couldn't pretend that Elliot mattered anymore. He had tried to make Anne jealous last weekend, telling her his ex-wife was coming to town. "She's got no place to stay," Elliot said innocently. "Do you think I should offer to put her up here?" Anne didn't give a shit. She had not stayed in Missing Mile for Elliot. She had not stayed for Steve. She had stayed because of her father. Simon's strangeness had kept her here, kept her worried enough to postpone her life. Now it was the final thing that drove her away. If Simon found out she was pregnant, well, he would think she was stupid, and Simon did not suffer fools gladly. But none of those men mattered now. Steve, Elliot, Simon. They were just names receding into her past, names with none of the susurrant magic of Zyla. She whispered his name to herself constantly. It was like the smooth taste of whipped cream, like a deep tongue kiss. She drove out to Violin Road, but the trailer was dark. The black van and the silver Bel Air were gone, and there was an air of emptiness about the trailer. Already it looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. They were on their way to New Orleans then. Soon she would be too. Simon's car wasn't there either when she drove home. She wanted to see him one more time, but she was afraid to. This was how it had to be. She began to pack. What should she put in the one small bag she would be able to carry? She wished she could take the new series of paintings she had begun. All of them were unfinished. All were of faces with sly pink smiles and iridescent green eyes. But those would have to stay. She wouldn't need them in New Orleans. Instead, she packed her black lace underwear and 2 pairs of old pink cotton panties, her toothbrush, her cigarettes, her little wooden pipe, and her film can, which contained 3 pinches of marijuana she'd cadged off Terry. She might need to sneak a toke in some bus station bathroom between here and New Orleans, somewhere in the swamps. There were a few crumbly leaves left in the bottom of her bowl, so she sneaked a toke now. It put her at loose ends. She stood staring around at her possessions, suddenly feeling unable to leave anything behind. Her mourning hat with the little black veil, her record collection, the REM poster on the wall stared down at her. Stipe's eyes were like loss. Peter Buck's were like dark fire. How could she leave her posters, her clothes, her canvases, and paint box? Frenziedly, she snatched at the black lace scarf and tied it around her throat. That, at least, would go with her. She put on a string of ebony beads, a gray sweatshirt, a skirt with a torn silk lining. She was caught in the mirror, adding lipstick and silver eyeshadow. In just 18 hours or so, she might see her true love again. She must look beautiful. When she heard Simon at the front door, she snatched off her beret and with the side of her foot shoved the suitcase under the bed. Anne heard him stepping carefully through the mess in the living room, picking his way through the piles of books and newspapers, emphasizing how untidy the room was. He dragged the books off the shelves. He read the newspapers, but she was supposed to keep the house picked up. That was one of her duties. Simon was very big on duties. Sometimes she wondered whether he didn't strew his things around just to make the absence of liquor bottles more obvious. He said he had not taken a drink for 5 years, 6 months, and 20 days, and Simon was never wrong. Here he was at the doorway, small and spare. His hair, uncombed for days, flared wildly about his head. It was thick and snow-white. His skin was almost phosphorescent in the gloom of the hallway. In the summer, Anne worried about her father's health. He had come over from Dorchester 20 years ago, but the hot, humid summers here still made him droop. He was like some glacial plant whose fragile structure was supported by ice crystals. His hair went limp. He perspired from the dark bags beneath his eyes. But in the winter, he exuded a kind of mad vitality. Suddenly, she was sure he would be able to read her mind, or look through the mattress and see the suitcase beneath it. He would begin to argue with her, calmly, reasonably, but his argument would be slippery. There would be no tail end she could grab onto so that she might argue back. In 10 minutes, she would feel as if she were trying to wind up earthworms on a spoon. In half an hour, she would feel as if she were trying to drive a nail through a blob of mercury. In an hour or 2 or 3, He would have talked her out of the whole stupid notion. She would not go to the Greyhound station, would not catch the all-night express to New Orleans. She would never see Zyla again. Simon had talked her out of so many things. But all he said now was, "Good evening, daughter." As always, the form of address half annoyed her and half warmed her. "Hi, Simon," she said. "Your day was?" "Rather shitty." He nodded and allowed himself the slant of a smile. Anne's voice had as much of a Carolina twang as her mother's had had, but she knew it amused him when she imitated his accent. "As was mine. I dissected 3 toads today. There was no change in any of them." Simon had taught once, so the story went, at one of the great universities of the world. Anne wasn't sure where. He hinted at Germany, France, the United Kingdom. Now retired, he spent the days in his study trying to change the chemical composition of various types of blood. Until recently he had used his own and sometimes hers. Once Steve, drunk off his ass, had offered a sample. But lately Simon had been getting into animals. Anne had pitched a crying fit the day she found him cutting up the lusterless carcass of Sarah Jane, a black and white kitten she'd been feeding on the back steps. Since then, as far as she knew, he had stuck to using mice from the Woolworths in Corinth, and toads he caught in the vacant lot next door. He injected the toads with varying amounts of his own blood and sometimes with liquid LSD. Mostly they jumped around a lot. Over the rims of his glasses, Simon looked at her oddly. "Were you thinking of going out tonight, Anne?" Involuntarily, she glanced at the space beneath her bed. The bedskirt hid the suitcase. But again, she felt sure that her father could see through mere cloth, that he knew her intentions. "I might go down to the U," she said. "You aren't going to see Steve, are you, after the way he dishonored you?" She had told her father only that Steve had slapped her. For once, with rare sensitivity, he had not pressed the issue. "No, Simon," she said. "I'm not going to see Steve." "Or his peculiar friend?" "Simon, Ghost isn't—" She stopped. There was no point saying Ghost wasn't peculiar. That wasn't what she meant anyway. "Ghost never did anything to me," she finished. "I wish you wouldn't go out tonight, daughter." She looked at him. "Are you requesting or ordering?" "I have your best interests in mind," he said frostily. Anne rubbed her wrists. At 16, she had come home roaring drunk one night. Simon was still drinking then, too, but that didn't make him any more compassionate. He trussed her to her own bedposts with rope and kept her tied there for 7 hours, until she pissed herself and begged him to forgive her stupidity. The memory of the chafing had never quite gone away. "So I'm not supposed to go out tonight," she said. "I'm supposed to stay home and wait on you." Defeat welled in her. Why did Simon have to get his way every damn time? Maybe he didn't. She looked up at him again, this time trying to make her eyes submissive, to wipe away the frigid hurt from his face. "I'm sorry, Daddy." That would get him for sure. "Had a long day at work. Why don't you go read the paper? Or your library books? I'll fix us a pot of coffee." Simon was touched. He came across the room to kiss her forehead. She had to stop herself from flinching back, sure he would know what was up when he tasted the sweat at her hairline. But he straightened and gave her another slanted smile. "You may rest," he said. "I will make the coffee." No, damn it, that wouldn't work. She put on her sweetest smile. The taste of vomit rose in her throat. "Let me do it," she said. "I know you want to see the paper. There's another article about the disappearances." That got him. Simon had followed the disappearances with a weird avidity, considering it was only a Violin Road rug rat and a couple of bums that had been killed. Maybe he had been dissecting them, too. As soon as Simon left the room, Anne dug through the top drawer of her dresser until she found a little plastic bottle. She opened it and shook the contents into her cupped hand. Several tiny pills, wafer-thin, each with a V-shaped cutout in the center. The Valium dated back to her mother's last nervous illness. Anne had stolen it out of the medicine cabinet a year ago. She had taken almost all the pills on various sleepless nights, Only these were left. She hoped there was still some decaf in the freezer. "There you go," she said a few minutes later, setting a yellow ceramic mug on the arm of Simon's chair. "It came out a little strong, so I put in a lot of sugar. I hope it's not too sweet." "I'm sure it will be lovely," he said. She held her breath as he took the first sip, but through the steam his face registered only tired contentment. He might have been any father letting his daughter bring him a cup of coffee after a hard day's work. She still felt a little sad. An hour later she kissed his lips lightly and locked the front door behind her. His breathing was a little irregular, and she tasted the sourness of coffee and tranquilizers on his mouth, but she would save a prayer and a curse for him when she got on the bus. No one could stop her from going to meet her true love now. The Greyhound took her south, frosting her to the bone with its air conditioning adjusted for the middle of August, not for this November night. As the bus lumbered away from the dark depot, Anne half rose out of her seat, one hand on her suitcase, the other raised to stop the driver. "Wait," she almost said. "Wait, I went a little crazy. Let me out and I'll trade in my ticket and go back home. Maybe Steve will take me back. Maybe my father will welcome me home." But the bus lurched and toppled her back into her seat. Then they were bumping across the railroad tracks that led out of Missing Mile, and she saw an omen. Far down the line, at some other junction, a pair of signal lights gleaming in the night. They were green, bright green, like the color of her lover's eyes. 26. "This is the best goddamn food I ever ate," said Steve, digging a spoon into his third bowl of gumbo. They hadn't had much to eat on the road. "Better than my cooking?" asked Ghost, hurt. "Shit, Ghost, you can't eat mung bean sprouts and tofu all the time." "That's good stuff," said Ghost. But the waitress put another bowl of gumbo in front of him, and he hunched over it, breathing the savory steam, his eyelids fluttering with pleasure. He stirred it and spooned up a mouthful. The flavors melted together on his tongue. He tasted the delicate meatiness of crab and shrimp, the green sassafras tang of filet, the soft blandness of okra. "This might be even better than soybean mushroom loaf," he admitted when he had swallowed. Back outside, agreeably full of gumbo and strong chicory coffee, they dodged the tourists on Bourbon Street and turned down a shady side street whose iron balconies were festooned with lush green hanging ferns and thousands of colored Mardi Gras beads. Soon the street turned into a narrow alley, and Ghost thought they'd gotten lost. Instead, they suddenly found themselves in the cacophony of Jackson Square, with the silvery spires of St. Louis Cathedral looming up behind them, and a panorama of portrait painters and street musicians spread before. In the middle of it all, Andrew Jackson reared up on his horse, sour-faced and pigeon-spotted, challenging the giant magnolias that surrounded the square. Ghost couldn't recall ever seeing a map of New Orleans, but he knew the Mississippi River curved around the city in a giant crescent shape, like a cradling hand. He could smell the water and feel its throbbing current in his nerves. But he knew about the miasma that could sometimes hang over such a powerful body of water, especially in such lush, humid weather. It was as if the water vapor created a palpable feeling of despair. His grandmother had told him of a man she'd known who stood on a spot in England by the sea and heard a voice urging him to jump to his death on the rocks 100 feet below. Later, the man found out that several suicides had occurred from that spot. Considering the state he and Steve were in after driving all night, if they saw a large expanse of water, they might be tempted to take a swim. They crossed the square and were soon deep in the quarter again. The side street they were on did not look as well traveled as some of the others. The long shutters on either side of the doorway stoops hung crooked, their bright paint fading, and some of the cobblestones in the sidewalk were smashed to pieces. Steve's pace slowed as they passed a dark little bar, and he stared in longingly at the rows of bottles reflected in the mirror. "So what do we do now?" he asked Ghost. "You think they're here yet?" Ghost closed his eyes and tried to send his mind out, tried to find something familiar, something young and lonely, something green-eyed and frightening. At last he opened his eyes and shook his head. "I can't tell. There's too much magic here. This place is too haunted. I can't separate it all." Steve clawed at his hair. "Well, fuck it, then. Let's just go back to that bar. Jesus, I thought you'd know what to do once we got here." "Calm down," said Ghost. "I'm working on it. First, we need a place to stay, I guess." Steve shrugged. "Okay," thought Ghost. "If that's how it is, then that's how it is. Steve's tired and disgusted. I don't blame him. And maybe, when we find Anne, she'll tell us to fuck off. But I'm not giving up yet. Come on," he said. "We'll ask around for a cheap place. Then maybe we can get a drink and decide what we're going to do next." They asked at several hotels and guest houses, starting with the modest ones and progressing to the seedy-looking dumps. There was nothing under $50 a night, which would take just about all the cash they had. "Let's just stay up all night drinking," Steve suggested. Ghost was almost ready to agree with him when he saw a small wooden sign at the mouth of an alley. "Magic Shop." Below that, in smaller letters, "Arcady Raventon, Proprietor." Had he found his way here on purpose? Were such places like a magnet to that part of his mind? Ghost was too tired to care much. At any rate, he would inquire here. He felt comfortable among practitioners of the occult. He had grown up around them. Maybe Arcady Raventon, Proprietor, would know of a cheap place to stay. The shop was far back at the end of an alley, its door hidden behind shadows and garbage cans. "Creepy place," said Steve. "You never know," Ghost told him. "There might be somebody here who can help us. You got a better idea?" The alley was dim, and the inside of the shop seemed fully black. Steve and Ghost stood just inside the door for a moment, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the sudden absence of light. Slowly, pinpoints of fire began to appear in the darkness. They were candles, Ghost realized. Scented, votive candles, the only source of light in the shop. He smelled cinnamon, orange blossoms, nutmeg, and under the perfume of the candles, a smell like the back room of Miss Caitlin's store. Spices and ancient dust, herbs and medicines, rust and wood and bone. He breathed in deep. His nose prickled. He sneezed once, twice, 3 times. "Bless you," said a voice from within the darkness. "If your spirit has escaped your body, I promise not to capture it." Only now did the darkness in the shop begin to soften. Ghost made out a figure standing behind a long glass counter, a small, emaciated figure draped in white. The proprietor. Ghost saw sharp, jutting cheekbones and hollow eyes, thin, dark hair, spidery hands resting flat on the glass, bony fingers splayed. "We just got into town," said Ghost. "We're looking for a place to stay a few days." He stepped forward. His feet felt too big, his arms long and awkward. The shop seemed too full of stuff, the walls leaning in toward the center of the room. There were shelves crammed with tiny bottles and boxes. There were books. At a glance, he saw the I Ching, titles by Aleister Crowley and Robert Anton Wilson, crudely printed booklets promising charms for love and luck and revenge. He saw a rack of bejeweled metal daggers, jars full of herbs, candles, sticks of incense. At the back of the shop hung a curtain of colored plastic beads, and beyond that, more blackness. "I am Arcady Raventon," said the proprietor. Ghost could see his face more clearly now, but could discern no hint of age. The skin was smooth, the eyes depthless dark pools. He took the hand Arcady offered, a hand whose bones would surely crumble if Ghost squeezed too hard, a hand with bones like the bones of lizards. The hand was dry, cool, the grip surprisingly strong. Ghost opened his mouth to introduce himself and Steve, who was lounging near the door looking skeptical. But before he could speak, Arcady Raventon said, "You must be Miss Deliverance's son. Or is it grandson? Yes, grandson, surely. Miss Deliverance's grandson." Ghost heard Steve's sharp intake of breath. He met Arcady's limpid, dark gaze. "How did you know?" Arcady smiled. Was that a youthful smile, open and easy? Or was it the wise, humorless grin of an old, old man? "Everyone knows of Miss Deliverance," he said. "Everyone who has dealings with magic." Ghost could hear the K. "You may be too young to know it, child, but your grandmother is a legend from here to the mountains of West Virginia." "I knew it," said Steve. "She was a witch." "A white witch," Arcady told him. "A benign conjurer, and a fabled beauty, too, in her youth. My own mother told me tales of her hair like yellow spun glass, her lips bowed like the lips of the infant Christ, her clear, unlying blue eyes. I saw a silvery old photograph of Miss Deliverance once, taken when she was about your age. Yes, she was a fabled beauty, and you are her image, Ghost, her very image." "I didn't tell you my name," said Ghost. Arcady smiled again. "Poor child. Did your grandmother let you think you were the only sensitive in the world? I have been to the other side, Ghost. I know things, too. I know you." Steve came forward and stood next to Ghost, positioning himself so that he shielded Ghost a little. "Wait a minute. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean you've been to the other side?" "I brought myself back from the dead," said Arcady Raventon. They went through the front room of Arcady's shop, through the dimness, the smell of dust, cobwebs, herbs. They went through the back room, where flowers and plaster saints and bones, chicken bones, Ghost thought, though Steve eyed them warily, were arranged on a small altar covered with a velvet dropcloth. On either side of the altar, pink and black candles burned. In a torrent of dust, Arcady swept aside a heavy velvet curtain and led them up a narrow, dark staircase. They climbed, turned a corner. The staircase grew even darker. Ghost had to feel for the stairs, placing his sneaker carefully each time. He raised his hand to his face and wiggled his fingers. Before his eyes, 5 pale, wavering sticks danced. They might have been a trick of the darkness, an after-image of light. Still, Arcady led them upward. They went around another corner, and now Ghost could see a dim rectangle of light far above them. At last, they came to another velvet curtain. Beyond that was daylight. Arcady pulled the curtain aside. At the top of the stairs was a cozy suite of rooms with clean white walls, large windows that let in dazzling sunshine, hardwood floors gleaming golden. Arcady showed them the rooms one after another. "That one is mine. The small one belongs to 2 of my brother's friends, and this," indicating it with a grand sweep of his arm, "is the room where you may stay, if you so wish. I would not think of turning Miss Deliverance's grandson away from my door." The room was simple. A clean mattress, a window high up on the rear wall, a square room, 4 walls of equal length, 4 sensible walls to contain Ghost's thoughts, to keep out green-eyed wraiths and voices that might invade his mind at night. A place for Steve and him to whisper the nights away, snatch a few troubled hours of sleep, then go out and do whatever it was they had come to New Orleans to do. "It looks okay to me," he said, and waited for Steve to argue. Steve wouldn't want to stay here in a room above a voodoo shop given to them like a gift by a creepy little proprietor who claimed to have known Ghost's grandmother, or to have heard of her. Steve would be suspicious, cynical, probably spooked, though he wouldn't want to admit that last one. But maybe Steve was exhausted from being on the road, or maybe he wanted a drink so badly that he would agree to anything, or maybe he just didn't give a damn anymore. He only sighed and let his long body sag against the doorframe as he said, "Whatever you think, we'll take it." "You said you brought yourself back from the dead," Ghost reminded Arcady as they finished descending the stairs. Behind him, Ghost heard Steve mutter something, but he ignored it. Arcady drew himself up to his full spare height. "Perhaps I spoke too soon. The hem of his white robe shushed against the floor, raised a cloud of dust around his bony ankles. "No, Mr. Raventon, I'd really like to hear about it." "Arcady," said Arcady absently. His eyes had gone distant. He led them into the back room of the shop and stood beside the altar, stroking its corner. Ghost's gaze wandered over the wooden framework, the drop-cloth of dark sapphire velvet. He saw things he had not noticed before: intricate enamel charms, little scrolls of parchment, an inverted wooden cross bristling with nails. Arcady's dry, faintly foreign voice brought him back to attention. "It was cold in Paris that winter, as cold as the moon, as cold as loneliness, as cold as the kiss that killed me." His eyes flicked to Ghost's, to Steve's. Ghost's were wide open, a little scared. He was picking up a barrage of feelings from Arcady, sorrow and fear and pain, but all of them were overlaid with the facile pleasure of a gifted actor performing a cherished role. Ghost didn't know what to make of it. Steve's eyes were hooded, wary, waiting for lies. "Yes, my young friends, my poor young friends with your beautiful faces and your innocent dreams. You think love is sweet, that it can never hurt. But it was not the Parisian cold that killed me, not the wind in my bones, not the ice that rhymed my heart. It was the kiss of a lover." "The kiss?" Steve's voice was heavy with cynicism. "Well, perhaps a bit more than just the kiss, but you must allow me my bit of romance." Sarcasm sharpened Arcady's voice, and Ghost shot Steve a warning look. Steve stared at the altar. "So," Arcady went on, "this, kiss, and the rest of my lover's body as well, was ripe with death, ripe and sweet as rotten fruit. Have you ever bitten into a rotten peach, either of you? A plum? A melon, perhaps? There is one moment of absolute, blissful, delicious sweetness before the taste of decay oozes over your tongue. That is how it was with my lover. And then the sickness rotted my lover away. And I had caught it too by that time, and I was alone. In Paris, in the winter, I was alone." A faint smile played about Arcady's lips. "Have I mentioned my brother Ashley? No? Ashley was my younger brother, the beauty of the Raventons." Arcady laughed, a sound like wind among chips of crystal. "When I went to Paris, he stayed here, and I vowed that I would come back. I had to teach him, you see. I had to tell him all I knew of magic, of death, of love and pain. Ashley was to be my apprentice, and I went to Paris, and the sickness took me. But I had vowed to Ashley that I would return. I had given him my word, and I would not break that." Arcady's fingers strayed to the altar, toyed with the dark velvet drop-cloth. "So before I died, I prepared. I had just enough time to find the things I needed. I sent for powders from Haiti, for potions from Guatemala. I procured the blood of an ancient man in the Rue aux Fers, the bones of a child in the catacombs of Montmartre. But at last I could search no longer. The sickness came and smiled its final soft, dark smile at me, and my blood dried in my veins, and my eyeballs shriveled. One morning before dawn, I swallowed the concoction I had made, and I let the sickness take me. I felt its lips upon mine, its tongue lapping the last sour drop of spit from my mouth. I felt my life leave me. I felt my very selfness slip away. There was one instant in which I thought, my God, now I am dead. And then I was. And I awoke in the morgue of a Paris hospital, and when I stretched myself and smiled, one of the morgue attendants suffered a heart attack. Fortunately, it was not fatal. This time Arcady's laughter was like the clanging of a heavy door, a door of stone or steel, a door that would not be opened again for a very long time. Then I made my way home to New Orleans to keep my vow to Ashley. But, as any sad story should end, Ashley too had died and had not come back. He would never be my apprentice. He would learn none of my secrets. Ghost licked his lips nervously. His tongue was as dry as Arcady's must have been all through that long winter in Paris. "What happened to Ashley?" he asked. Arcady knelt and flipped up the velvet dropcloth. His hands disappeared into the blackness beneath the altar. Shadows lapped at his knuckles, his wrists. Then he withdrew his hands. Steve cursed and took a step backward. Ghost's eyes widened. Arcady was holding a perfect human skull, smooth and narrow, bleached to the golden white of old ivory. "Ghost and Stephen," Arcady said, "meet my brother Ashley." Later, Steve thought that if he hadn't known Ghost so well, he would have suspected Ghost of trying to win Arcady Raventon's heart at that moment. But of course, Ghost was Ghost, the most uncalculating of all people, and what he did next was just his nature. The pure, crazy chemistry that flowed between his brain and his heart and his soul. Never mind how Arcady Raventon's eyes melted when Ghost reached out his hands and said, "Can I hold him?" Arcady put the skull into Ghost's hands. Ghost cradled it carefully. Its surface was somehow devoid of temperature, neither warm nor cold. He looked into the sockets of its eyes. It was the only skull he had ever seen that didn't look as if it were grinning. It just stared, and the arch of its teeth was impassive, perhaps sad. He hoped Steve wouldn't make a joke. "Why can't Ashley Raventon go to parties anymore?" "Because he doesn't have any body to go with." Ghost was very aware that here had once rested a brain, a mind, an identity, a soul. Here had once been the cradle of a life. He felt as if he were holding something alive and vulnerable, something that depended on him not to drop it. If he dropped it, it would surely crack. It might shatter. So Ghost held the skull carefully, and then the feelings began to come, as he had known they would. The essence of Ashley washed over Ghost, and he lost himself in the depths of the skull's empty eyes and let the impressions come. A great loneliness. That was the first thing. Loneliness for Arcady, wanting him, wanting his arrogance, his self-assurance. Misgivings in spite of the desire to trust, and then the conviction that Arcady was never coming back from Paris. A void, a slew of things to fill the void. Alcohol and opium, lovers and new leather boots. But still the late nights crept in, and Arcady was never coming back, never could, never. Then two familiar faces rose up before him, two pairs of silvery eyes, a tangle of scarlet and yellow hair. They were smiling at Ghost, as they had the last time he'd seen them, sitting astride the branch of an old oak in the clearing on that first night of strangeness. But this time their ripe mouths were smeared with blood and other juices, with shreds of tissue. Ghost felt sick. A stupid panic welled up in his throat, but he put the skull back in Arcady's hands and said only, "Your brother was very handsome, wasn't he?" "Not handsome. Beautiful. Did I mention that Ashley was the beauty of the Raventons?" Arcady pressed his lips to the top of the ivory cranium before continuing. "His hair was the color of burgundy, and he wore it long down his back, and it sparkled when he walked in the rain. His cheekbones were like razors. I always thought that I might cut my finger on one of them, but I never did." With the tip of one forefinger, Arcady touched the skull gently. "And those eyes! I used to say to him, 'Oh, Ashley, those eyes, those eyes! So dark and lost when they tilted up to me, like holes through time.'" He ran his finger around the edge of one of the empty eye sockets. "Those eyes, how they could slay me. But he died. Yes, I came back home and he had died. My Ashley, my brother. And now I am alone." "Wait a second." Ghost's voice was halting. There was no doubt in it, only wonder. "You came home. You were there. Why didn't you bring Ashley back from the dead, too?" Arcady held the skull a moment longer. Then he knelt and slid it back under the altar. He spent some time rearranging the velvet, brushing away dust, picking up some black feathers that had fallen from the altar top to the floor. When he stood, the joints of his knees cracked as loudly as shots in the silent room. He met Ghost's eyes, and when he spoke, his voice was soft and even. "Ashley didn't want to come back," he said. "So, was it vampires that killed your brother?" Ghost asked Arcady a little later. He figured it couldn't hurt to find out just what the twins were. Allowing for the existence of one kind of vampire, it seemed to follow that there might be other kinds, feeding on things other than blood. The existence of the first type scared him, but didn't really surprise him. All his life he had been accepting as normal things that most people didn't even believe in. They were sitting in the front room, talking over a decanter of sherry that Arcady had brought out from some recess of the shop. At least, Ghost hoped it was sherry. It tasted funny, musty, and a little sour, but Steve was putting it away with no problem. Ghost sipped from his first glass as Arcady poured Steve's third. "Vampires?" Arcady's hand twitched. He almost dropped the bottle of sherry. He crossed himself twice, first upside down, then right side up. "Lord, child, why do you want to know about vampires?" "Jesus, Ghost," Steve muttered. Ghost glanced at him, but Steve was bent over the counter examining things in the glass case. Ball canning jars full of pale rubbery orbs, the lids labeled cat's eyes and toad's hearts in a faded flowing script that must be Arcady's. Jewelry in the shape of silver pentagrams, ankhs, razor blades. A bowl of tiny, carefully molded clay skulls marked 50 cents apiece. "I just wondered," Ghost said lamely. Arcady looked hard at him. "Ghost, my child, it is difficult to imagine you just wondering about anything." He clasped Ghost's hand between both of his. Ghost resisted the urge to pull his hand from the confines of that cool, parched skin, all those tiny, crackling bones. "You are a far more powerful sensitive than I could ever be. I pick up bits and pieces. I can hear thoughts when they are as pure and lucid as yours, and I can do little more than that. But you have an eye in your heart, Ghost, an eye that shines, an eye that feels." "What the fuck is he babbling about?" Steve asked thickly. "I'm the only person in this room who isn't at least half drunk," Ghost thought. He made himself drink more of his sherry, though the rancid taste lay upon his tongue like a sour old blanket. Sherry got worse with every sip, it seemed. "I should never, never like to lose your favor," Arcady slurred. His hand was on Ghost's knee now. His fingers brushed skin through a hole in Ghost's sweatpants, and Ghost shivered at that dry touch. "But vampires, Ghost, vampires! They are not to be mentioned lightly. Not, as in the cheap novels, the Hollywood legends. You think vampires are the undead, the children of the night. You believe they rise from their graves when the moon hangs high, sucking the blood of virgins, melting into misty wraiths at sunrise, turning into bats and swooping away." "I don't think they turn into bats," said Ghost, and Steve surprised him by saying, "Me neither." Arcady ignored them. "You see, Ghost child, the myths are wrong. And that very wrongness makes the creatures all the more dangerous. They are not undead. They have never died. Some of them never do, or not for hundreds upon hundreds of years. They are a separate race, or races. There are those who suck blood, those who suck souls, those who feed on the pain of others. Some of them can walk among us, free in the sunlight. Some of them are able to live as human beings from day to day, from year to year. Of course, they must move about like nomads because, after a point, they do not age. They are beautiful, and they stay beautiful, and no one must notice. So they move, and they live among us, and then one day, boom, Steve said. Arcady and Ghost turned to look at him. He grinned rather humorlessly at them and filled his glass again, slopping sherry onto the counter. "Then one day," Arcady continued smoothly, They discover their particular hunger. Some may live for 10, 20, even 30 years before the lust comes upon them. Some can digest nothing but blood, and must be fed upon it from the time of their birth. But the hunger always comes. Timidly, Ghost interrupted. How come you know so much about them? I have known vampires of all sorts, said Arcady. On my first visit to Paris, I met a most charming one, a blood drinker. She was elegant, well-mannered, cultured. Most of them are. Ghost thought of the wine-swilling, Twinkie-gobbling occupants of the black van. He tried to stretch his imagination to picture Molokai and Twig as elegant, well-mannered, or cultured. Then he shook his head. Either those two were aberrations, or Arcady Raventon didn't know as much about vampires as he thought he did. We were never lovers, Arcady went on, though how badly I wanted her. Rochelle, violet-eyed, though she always wore dark glasses, even at night, hair as black as 1,000 midnights, as eyeless sockets, with tips dyed white and fuchsia. She had lived 200 years or more, and she knew where all the underground clubs in Paris were. I could never count the nights we danced away on dark, smoky floors below the level of the street. How come you didn't fuck her? Steve interrupted. Arcady lowered his eyelids at Steve and gazed coldly from beneath them. Steve glared back. Arcady poured himself more sherry. He topped off Ghost's glass, too, though it was still half full. Ghost eyed it bleakly. Rochelle was celibate. She had a terror of becoming pregnant. She insisted that no precautions were reliable enough. Should she conceive, she told me, it would mean the end of her. We occupied ourselves in other ways. We spent whole nights driving each other mad. She tasted lovely, hot and rich and always faintly bloody. Once, only once, she took me out on a kill. She found a child begging for milk money in some gutter far from the lights of the city, and she bent as if to whisper something to the child, and sank her teeth into that soft face. When she had drunk, she undressed me and smeared the child's blood over my body. She lathered me with it, and then her exquisite tongue lapped me clean. Wait a second, said Ghost. He was afraid that soon Arcady would start panting and clutching at himself. How come she was so scared of getting pregnant? What would have happened? Did happen, said Arcady. Poor Rochelle, her worst fear came true. One night she went to her favorite club, the Café Zeitgeist, without me. She met a boy. Just a boy, she told me. Perhaps 16 or 17. She took him behind the club into an alley. I don't know whether she meant to feed upon him or only to engage him in her usual sort of love. She needed blood, but semen would do in a pinch. For a snack, you might say. At any rate, he was a randy boy. He became too excited by Rochelle's beauty, perhaps by the smell of bloody lust she exuded. Rochelle should have been able to overpower him. She was very strong, but she had drunk too much vodka. That was easy to do at the Café Zeitgeist, where they flavored the vodka with essence of rose water. The boy ripped her dress open, and he took her by force. Fucker, said Steve. He let his head thump down on the glass counter. But some girls don't have to be raped, huh, Ghost? Some girls just... He mumbled and subsided. What would happen if she got pregnant? Asked Ghost. It would have eaten its way out of her, Arcady told him with relish. It was half vampire. Even in the womb they are killers. Our babies are born without teeth, Rochelle told me. But even so, they manage to chew their way out. Perhaps they have a set of womb teeth. Perhaps they claw their way out with their tiny fingers. But they kill. Always they kill. Just as I ripped my mother apart. I begged her to see one of the back-alley surgeons, to have the child removed as one would excise a cancer, but she refused. By that time she was half mad with fear. It would know, she insisted. "It is too late. It has already started eating me. I can feel it churning inside me, shredding my womb." So Rochelle took a little stiletto that she sometimes wore in her boot, to slit her lover's veins, of course, though she could use her teeth when she wanted to. She had very sharp teeth, teeth that could give pleasure as well as pain. She tried to cut the child out of her body. I found it in the ruins of her belly, half hidden behind coils of entrails. It was shriveled, bloody, long dead. It was still tiny, as large as a red bean, but I found it because her fingers were cupped around it. She had been trying to pull it out. She did not want to die with it still inside her. Ghost's mind was rocketing in too many directions, rebounding off the walls of his skull. A voice in his head was saying, wait a second. Maybe we need to think some more about this business of killer vampire babies that eat their way out of their mothers' wombs. Maybe we need to think a whole lot about it. That voice was still faint, but getting louder. At last Ghost was about half drunk on the sherry, too. Apparently it was strong stuff, if you could keep it down, so he was able to keep his voice steady when he said, I don't get it. Rochelle was your friend. How come you're afraid of them now? Arcady lowered his eyelids. You might say I have a bone to pick with them now. You guessed right, Ghost. Ashley's lovers were vampires. A different sort of vampire. They appreciate the taste of blood, but do not need it. They feed on willing souls. They come into your dreams and try to find a niche in your brain, but they are real, and if you let them in, they will destroy you as surely as any bloodsucker. These were Ashley's lovers, the lovers who killed him. Where are they now? Asked Ghost. They took no blood from Ashley, but they sucked from him something just as vital. Arcady went on, apparently unhearing. They sucked his youth, his beauty. That is what they live upon. They only feed on the lovely. They left him a husk. Ashley could never have lived without his beauty. The nerves of his skin ran to his soul. He stopped, sighed, shook his head. They are beautiful, too, he said. They took all of Ashley's beauty, and their own beauty remains. They rejuvenate it often, and I cannot tell you why I let them live upstairs. Perhaps I hope that one day I will have my chance for revenge. Perhaps I am simply too afraid of them to refuse them anything. Ghost's thoughts still ricocheted. His skull felt too fragile. His mind might burst it. He put a hand to his forehead, and his palm came away damp with sweat. It was the sherry, the stuffy room, but more than anything it was the tales Arcady had told. Terrible love that sucked away beauty, that could invade your dreams, babies that could only be born in blood and agony. What can we do? He wanted to ask Arcady. How can we help our friend now, before the vampires tear her apart inside and out? But he couldn't say that, not in front of Steve, and he was pretty sure he already knew the answer. 27. Nothing awoke to bright afternoon sunlight filtered through dirty glass and dusty window shades. He could see only a pair of indistinct humps beside him, and for a moment reality did another of those slow, giddy rolls. He recognized no part of this place. He had never seen it before. There were no stars on the ceiling, as in his old room, no thrumming of wheels and rich smell of old bloodstains, as in the van. He hitched himself up on his elbows and blew a limp sheaf of hair away from his eyes. To his left curled Zyla, deep in his cat-like sleep. On his right slept Christian, laid out straight, narrow, immensely long, his eyes and mouth shut tight. Molokai and Twig must be on the floor, cuddled in some corner. Nothing couldn't see them, but he thought he heard their breathing, deep and moist. He yawned, licked his lips. What was that taste in his mouth? Fuzzy and rancid and somehow green. Nothing's eyes had begun to slip shut. Now they flew open again. He pushed the covers away, scrambled over Zyla, ran to the window. He stood for a moment with the shade pull in his hand, wondering what he would see outside, hoping it hadn't all been a drunken dream. The shade clattered up, No one else in the room stirred. Nothing pressed his face to the window. Below him lay a narrow alley strewn with broken glass that sparkled in the sunlight, and beyond that stretched a vista of bright streets. Royal? Bourbon? Dimly he remembered names from last night, magic talismanic names, names of streets where anything might happen. He saw tiny dark shops that beckoned to him, and he knew how they would smell, cool and dank and spicy, full of weird treasures. He saw wrought iron balconies hung with colored flags that fluttered and winked like some silken sea. He saw gleaming whitewashed retaining walls spotted with soft brick red where the paint had peeled away, and behind them crumbling buildings that must surely house spiral staircases, palely lit ballrooms, secret chambers whose walls were stained with the leavings of blood sacrifice. It was real. It was there. It was his. New Orleans. He had made it all the way from the false home of his childhood to the true city of his birth, to the wondrous glittering French Quarter, to the very room where he had emerged between Jessie's blood-slicked thighs. Christian had arrived before them and secured their lodging. The bar, the legendary bar where Zyla had met Jessie, had made love to her among the dusty cases of wine and liquor, was closed, its windows boarded up, but Christian's room was still empty, and he had no trouble renting it again. The landlady showed it to a prospective taker or two, Christian said with a glimmer of amusement, but they told her it smelled funny. The room of his birth. The thought made nothing turn away from the window and stare into the dimness of the room. His eyes flicked from shadow to shadow. He wondered if the wraith of his mother would drift out of a corner, whispering to him, "You killed me, my baby. In this room, you killed me. On this very floor." But whatever wraiths lived here were silent. Nothing crouched to examine the threadbare carpet, but if the stains of his gory birth remained, he could not see them in this half-light. He decided not to wake the others. He wanted to explore the strange but somehow familiar maze of streets by himself. A small thrill of anarchy went through him as he tore a page out of his notebook and wrote a message to Zyla. "Back by tonight," was all it said. He signed it, the point of his T a dagger, the tail of his G an extravagant loop. This was the name Christian had given him, the name that undeniably belonged to him now. He would write it every chance he got. He signed the note again, then a third time, making the letters sprawl wildly across the page. Nothing, nothing, nothing. In this room, Christian had held him all blood-slimed, had given him his name. Now he would go out and discover the streets that were his home. When his sneakers hit the cement, it was as if the whole of the French Quarter jarred through his bones. Last night, in the hazy hours after their arrival, he had been dazzled by the carnival of Bourbon Street, drunk on chartreuse. Now, sober and clear-headed in watery afternoon sunlight, he wanted to bound through these old streets, shouting, "I'm here! I'm here!" He wanted to embrace each ornate lamppost and street sign, to fly from every balcony. The French Quarter was his, every ancient brick, every heady drop of it. He pulled a pair of cheap sunglasses from his coat pocket and put them on. He'd taken to swiping them from convenience stores and gas stations in lieu of Lucky Strikes, which he'd almost stopped smoking. The cigarettes just didn't taste good anymore. His newest pair of shades had small round frames with rainbow-mirrored lenses. They made him feel like John Lennon in his trippier days. It was good to keep a couple of pairs of sunglasses on you all the time. Daylight didn't hurt him and the others as it did Christian, but it could give them a headache that pulsed red and maddening behind the eyes. Nothing wandered the streets and the sidewalks for hours. A string of purple Mardi Gras beads was draped over a wrought iron gatepost, left over from the carnival in the spring. A garland to welcome him home. He fastened it around his throat. He visited St. Louis Cathedral with its dizzy, vaulted ceilings and its 1,000 votive candles flickering in stained glass light. In the cathedral's gift shop, he palmed a rosary and added it to the beads around his neck. The two strands jangled against each other, then nestled together in an uneasy camaraderie of sacred and profane. He sat at the Café du Monde and sipped a cup of coffee shot through with hot steaming milk. He wandered to the top of the levee and looked down upon the surging brown river. My mother's bones lie there, he told himself, and they do not rest. They drift and break apart and come back together year by year, and they never rest. When shadows began to stretch across the sidewalks, and tired eyes watched his progress past the doorways of the bars, nothing retraced his steps toward Christian's room. The others would be ready to wake by now. Christian might accompany them on their rounds tonight, or might find some other way to amuse himself, since he no longer needed a job. "We get money in other ways," Zyla had told him coolly when he proposed going back to work at some bar. They would descend upon the French Quarter, reeling from bar to bar, singing down Bourbon Street with their arms around one another's shoulders. In the company of Molokai, Twig, and Zyla, nothing was served drinks without a second glance. The taste of chartreuse was magical, fragrant, and heady beyond imagining, yet somehow it also tasted natural to him, as if he had been weaned on the blazing green liqueur. Already it felt as if they had been here forever. And all the blood streams here were sure to be sweet. With a shock, nothing realized how hungry he was. The memory of Lane's blood gave him no guilt now. He remembered only how rich it had tasted, its heat, the way it had pumped into his mouth with the beat of life itself. But now, Lane's death felt like something that had happened a long time ago. Too long ago. Since then, there had been those drifters in Missing Mile, and the child. They had been easier. When he found out how Molokai, Twig, and Zyla filed their teeth to make them sharp, nothing had sharpened his, too. Now he liked to run his tongue over them, teasing the small points, but not even the kid from Violin Road had tasted as sweet as Lane. In the French Quarter, all blood would taste alcoholic, purple. Yes, tonight they would surely go out for blood. Now he was almost home. Some small, rational part of his mind wondered how he was able to walk these streets so easily. But he could not really think it strange. He had dreamed of this city, of roaming these streets. A glittering map of the French Quarter seemed to unfold in his head, half imagined and half remembered, as clear as the burn of chartreuse. He swung around a lamp-post, and his coat floated out in an undulating circle of black silk. Not until he was half a block from the room did Nothing notice the man following slowly behind him. The man walked, bent slightly at the waist, one arm clamped across his stomach as if it hurt him to move. He was only a shape in the fading light, neither large nor small, featureless. Nothing slowed his steps. The man slowed too. Nothing walked faster, so did the man, doubling up even more. Instead of stopping at the boarded-up bar, Nothing turned right. He would lead the man into the alley that ran beneath Christian's window. The alley was fenced off at the other end and blocked by a heap of garbage. He might be trapping himself, but he could face the man there, find out what he wanted, and deal with him however necessary. He didn't look like much of a threat. Nothing heard the man follow him into the alley, shoes crunching over broken glass. He stopped and swung around, his hands on his hips and his sneakers planted firmly on the pavement, trying to look dangerous. The man stopped a few feet away, badly hunched now. His breathing sounded harsh and painful. His face was a wavering pale blotch on the dusk. Below it, a silver cross on a chain gleamed. He stared at Nothing for a long moment, his lips working silently, his eyes disbelieving. Then he took 2 unsteady steps forward. "Jesse," he whispered. Nothing felt his heart cannon against his ribs, bounce crazily off his breastbone. "Hush," he willed it. "Hush, heart. No one can hurt me. Zyla is close by, and I have no fear." The man came closer. With dry fingertips, he touched Nothing's face. Nothing thought, "He's old. He is much older than I thought. And he looks so sick. He cannot hurt me." He caught the man's hand in his and pulled it easily away from his face. The fingers were like bones wrapped in parchment. "Jesse," the man said again, more evenly this time. Nothing tried to make his voice calm. It came out husky, as if he'd smoked a whole pack of Luckies that day. "That's not my name." he said. "You are so like her." The old man pulled himself upright, his face contorted, nothing imagined tissue pulling loose inside him, bleeding bad blood. He gripped the man's arm, trying to give what support he could. The man breathed deeply and was able to continue. "My daughter died many years ago, but you are so very like her." "It's Wallace," Nothing realized wildly. "The sick old man who nearly killed Christian and drove him away from here. He is my grandfather. He shot Christian in the chest. But he is my grandfather." His heart caromed again. Should he tell Wallace his name, or should he lie? Something in him rebelled at denying his name. It was truly his now, and he would claim it. "My name is Nothing," he said. "Who are you?" The man grabbed Nothing's shoulders and gave him a feeble shake. "Who are you, child?" Nothing half wanted to fall into Wallace's arms and sob out the whole confusing story. After all, this man was his grandfather. He had almost killed Christian, but he hadn't known the truth then. He thought Christian had lured Jessie to her death. Nothing could explain the truth. But then he realized he couldn't. Even if Nothing was Wallace's only grandson, even if Nothing looked so much like his dear, dead Jessie, because if Wallace heard the whole story, he would know who had really killed his daughter. Zyla. Zyla had caused Jessie's death, hadn't he? He didn't mean to. It was my fault. I tore her apart inside before I was ever born, Nothing thought hysterically. But Wallace would not blame him. Wallace would love him because he was Jessie's offspring, because he looked like Jessie and was just the age she had been when Wallace had lost her. And Wallace would want to take him away from Zyla, away from his family. Besides, Wallace was in pain, suffering. Maybe Nothing could do one small mercy for his grandfather. "My mother's name was Jessie," he said. Doubt flickered in Wallace's eyes, brighter than the pain and weariness. If Nothing wanted Wallace to trust him, he had to think of some kind of proof. At once it came to him. "She disappeared 15 years ago at Mardi Gras," he told Wallace. "That was when she met my father." Not until the words were out, hanging in the cool, still air of the dusk, did Nothing realize his mistake. "Then you are one of the unholy creatures, too," Wallace whispered. "The city has become riddled with them." With a convulsive motion, he tore the crucifix from his neck and thrust it at Nothing, trying to drive him toward the end of the alley. "Repent, while you are still young, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Tear the blood-lust from your heart." Nothing could not bring himself to laugh. He caught Wallace's hand and took the cross away. "I'm sorry, grandfather," he said. "That doesn't work on all of us." "Then it's lucky that the Lord told me to carry other protection," said Wallace. In one jerky movement, he whipped a small pistol from the waistband of his trousers and aimed it at Nothing's forehead. "Bless you, my grandson," he said. "When you look upon the face of God, you will thank me." Nothing was never sure how long he stood there staring down the round, black barrel of the gun, wondering whether he would see the flash of fire or hear the explosion before the bullet smashed into his face. The brain or the heart, Christian had told him. He had time to think of all he had found, all he was about to lose, all the miles he would not travel. A mist seemed to surround Wallace's head, suffusing his face with dim light. Nothing saw Wallace's finger tightening on the trigger, actually saw that. Then something was plummeting toward them. Nothing saw the large, dark shape hit Wallace dead on, saw Wallace's body jerk forward and his arm fly up. The shot went wild. Bricks splintered far overhead. Zyla crouched atop Wallace's prone form. He must have launched himself from the second-story window, but he was not even breathing hard. The other man's body had stopped his fall. Wallace lay on the pavement in the shards of glass. He groped weakly for the pistol. Zyla stamped on Wallace's hand, and Nothing heard a sound like strands of raw spaghetti breaking. Wallace screamed once, a shrill, despairing sound. Then he began to mumble softly. Nothing realized he was praying. Did he still think his God was going to pull him out of this one? "Some fine messes you get yourself into," said Zyla. "What if I hadn't seen you from up there?" His eyes gleamed. His lips were purple with fury. "You little fool!" The pointed tip of his shoe met Wallace's cheekbone. Black blood sprayed. "Do you think you're too smart to die? Do you think I can always watch out for you?" Zyla knelt above Wallace, pulled Wallace's head up by a handful of bloodied gray hair, and smashed Wallace's face into the pavement. The sound made Nothing think of eggs being dropped onto broken glass. Gore began to pool beneath Wallace's head. "I won't lose you now, Nothing." Zyla rolled Wallace over and began to slap him across the face, over and over, glaring up at Nothing. "Don't you know?" Slap. "I love you." Slap. "I love you." Slap. Zyla's long nails dug into the loose flesh of Wallace's face. He wrenched Wallace's head back, exposing his throat. Incredibly, Wallace was still praying. "The flesh of the sun," Nothing heard him mumble. For a moment, Zyla seemed ready to sink his fingernails into the old man's throat, but he only ground Wallace's face down again, then leaped off him and came for Nothing. He grabbed Nothing by the front of his coat, nearly choking him. With his other hand, he cupped Nothing's chin. The gesture was almost tender, except that Zyla dug his long nails into the flesh of Nothing's cheeks. Zyla was hurting him on purpose. Nothing felt a clear, icy fury begin to rise within him. "Get your hands off me," he said. Zyla's eyes flared brighter. "What?" "I said, get them off me." Nothing shoved Zyla's hand away from his face and twisted out of Zyla's grasp. They faced each other in the darkening alley. Nothing's heart beat painfully fast, but he was pleased to realize he wasn't trembling. "I'm sorry I get myself into stupid messes, okay? I haven't been doing this very long. I don't know what's right and what's wrong. Nobody except Christian ever tells me anything." With each word, he grew angrier. "You don't treat me like your son. You treat me like I'm half sex slave and half lapdog. When I'm good, you pat me on the head, and when I fuck up, you yell at me and hurt me. But you never explain anything to me. What kind of father are you, anyway?" Nothing gasped for breath. He could see only two bright green spots on the darkness. "All I have to say is this," he continued. "Don't ever hurt me again. I love you. I want to stay with you, but don't you hurt me. I'm not Molokai or Twig. I won't take it. I'm sick of it." Zyla stared at him. Slowly the blaze in his eyes died down. They became cool, appraising. "Wait here," he said. Then Zyla did an odd thing. He knelt beside Wallace again and yanked Wallace's trouser legs up past his ankles. When Zyla reached into the purple silk lining of his jacket, Nothing knew what he was going to do. He wanted to look away. Instead, he watched helplessly as Zyla unfolded his pearl-handled razor and carefully sliced through the back of each ankle. He drew the blade through the old man's threadbare socks, through the thin skin, through the big tendon as if it were butter. Nothing saw the razor falter as it grated on bone. Wallace was now beyond sound. Only a long shudder ran through his body. "Wait here," Zyla said again. Nothing half expected him to skitter up the brick wall and climb back through the window. But Zyla just walked to the mouth of the alley, glanced over his shoulder at Nothing, and turned toward the staircase that led up to the room. Nothing could not look at Wallace now. He stared at the ground, at the broken glass and the pile of garbage. Something gleamed near his foot. The crucifix. Nothing looked at it for a long moment, then picked it up and thrust it deep into his pocket. Zyla wouldn't like him keeping it. Too bad. In a few minutes, Zyla came back down with Molokai and Twig. They had left Christian sleeping, they said. They could tell him about Wallace later. It would be a surprise. Nothing suspected. They were just greedy. Wallace was already bleeding from several places. The wounds in his ankles pumped with his heartbeat. Molokai and Twig latched onto them. Nothing imagined that the big veins of his legs must be like soda straws. Zyla picked up one of Wallace's limp hands, the one he had stomped. The palm was smeared with blood where it had been crushed against the broken glass and rough brick. Zyla opened his razor again. He slid it smoothly in, and the flesh of the palm parted cleanly. A sheet of thin blood mixed with saliva ran down Zyla's chin as he began to suck at the wound. Nothing's stomach growled. He crawled forward and knelt beside Wallace. His grandfather's cheek rested on a broken bottle. His eyes were open, still aware, brimming with rage and pain. "At least I can end the pain for you," Nothing thought. He put his mouth against the slow pulse of Wallace's throat. The skin there was dry and soft. It felt very old. He choked back a sob and sank in his new-filed teeth. His grandfather's blood was bitter, but he and his family drank every drop. 28. Late that night, Ghost opened his eyes and blinked up at an unfamiliar ceiling. There were no dead leaves up there, no painted stars. There were only shifting patches of moonlight like a white and silver sea. For a moment, he felt the floating giddiness that always came when he woke in a strange bed. Then slowly, the world fell into place around him. There was the softness of a mattress under his back, the weight of blankets. There was the deep, regular breathing of Steve beside him, and the warmth of Steve's skin, and Steve's smell that had gone strange in the past couple of days. It made Ghost wonder whether Steve's insides had been thrown off balance somehow. Steve usually smelled of beer, but now, often as not, the harsh odor of whiskey was on him instead. And dirty hair, but that was normal because Steve's hair was getting long and he said it was a royal pain in the ass to wash. But now Steve's clothes were dirty too, and there was some strange secret smell that made Ghost lift his head and flare his nostrils, trying to scent it out, to pin it down. It was the smell of exhaustion, the smell of frying brains, the smell of despair. It might mean that Steve was only clinging to some remote edge of sanity. It might mean Steve was about ready to say, "Fuck this shit, man," and give up altogether. Steve still loved Anne, but it was a wretched kind of love, a love that made him hate himself for feeling it. Steve was just blaming himself now. He had reason to blame himself. But Ghost knew guilt could be traced back forever. Blame could be laid every which way, and what good would it do? Whose pain would be lessened by it? Steve had done what he had done, and because he was Steve, he could not have done it any other way. Steve had always been like that. He would go through the fire, would never shy away, no matter how hellish it was. When the pain burned off him, he seemed stronger, more pure. But sometimes it nearly killed him. And sometimes he tried to quench it by drinking, which only made the flames burn higher and hotter. Why couldn't Anne understand how Steve was? The rocker with 100 midnights stored in his heart for nobody to find. Sure, he was tough, but he did hurt, and somehow you had to soothe that pain while pretending you couldn't see it. Ghost stared into the dark. Sometimes he thought he was the only person who understood Steve at all. They had been together so long, but what good did that do Steve? He remembered what Anne had said the day he went over to her house. "The night is the hardest time to be alive," she had told him, "and 4 a.m. knows all my secrets." She had wanted something or someone to get her through the night. Zyla with his green eyes had gotten her through part of one night anyway, but what saved her from 4 a.m. now? What had she thought about on those nights when she prowled around the trailer on Violin Road, maybe knocking and not being let in, maybe afraid even to knock? What was she thinking now, as she rode a southbound bus, as she roamed the dark streets of the French Quarter, breathing the mist of beer and the essence of time? Did she know yet where Zyla lived? Was she staring up at his window, whispering words he would not hear? What was getting her through this night? And what would get her through all the nights yet to come, as the poison fetus grew inside her? Ghost sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He caught a whiff of himself. His clothes were as dirty as Steve's, though not as beer-stained. They had only the things they'd been wearing when they took off for New Orleans. Tomorrow they would have to go and buy a couple of fresh t-shirts. Something classy, like the Oyster Bar shirts that said, "Shuck me, suck me, eat me raw." The wooden floor was cold. Moonlight dappled Ghost's feet. He stood up slowly, easing his weight off the mattress, trying not to wake Steve. There wasn't much chance of Steve waking up, though. Earlier tonight, Steve had declared his intention to drink a pitcher of Dixie beer in every bar on Bourbon Street. When they didn't have Dixie, he settled for Bud. As far as Ghost could recall, they had gotten about halfway before he was able to drag Steve back to the room and dump him into bed. Ghost had had his share of those pitchers, too. He was still swaying a little. He steadied himself against the door jamb and crossed the threshold into the hall. He and Steve had the first room at the top of the stairs. Next to that was the room belonging to Arcady's mysterious guests. Beyond that was the bathroom, where Ghost was headed, and at the end of the hall was Arcady's bedroom. As Ghost passed the open door of the second room, he saw moonlight filtering in through a dirty window. The cold glow spilled over the rumpled sheets and blankets on the bed, made the floorboards gleam, threw the closet door into shadows so that Ghost couldn't tell whether it was open or shut. At the foot of the bed, drooping halfway to the floor, a small, twisted shape hung. Ghost's breath caught in his throat. As he stared at the shape, it seemed to twitch. Ghost took 2 quick steps backward. Were the occupants of this room really the ones who had killed Ashley? Could Arcady be that perverse? Was the twisted shape another of their victims, a child with all the life sucked out of it, hanging bonelessly? Or was it some voodoo creation of Arcady's, some dried effigy that would come to life and jerk toward him in a horrible parody of dance? Ghost stood in the doorway a moment longer, pulling his hair over his face, staring through its pale curtain into the room. He didn't want to know what the shape was. He wanted to pull the door shut, go on down the hall to the bathroom, and get back to bed. With Steve asleep beside him, he would not be afraid. But he had to know what was going on here, whether this was a safe place or not. Before he could think about it any more, he made himself walk to the foot of the bed and prod the shape with one finger. A pillow, wadded into a hard little knot. That was all it was. For a second he was glad Steve was in the other room, passed out, not here to see him getting spooked over a pillow. Then he wished Steve were here, even though he knew Steve would call him a pussy. Steve hadn't been laughing at much of anything these days, even tonight. Usually, when they went on a real bender, they would start remembering stuff they had done when they were kids, making stupid jokes, imitating each other. "Fucking shit, Steve. You sure are sucking down that fucking brew," Ghost would say, and Steve would reply imperturbably, "Yeah, but I can feel the spirit of the beer inside me." But tonight, Steve had swilled his beer silently, staring into its golden depths, at the mirror behind the bar, at the colored lights out on Bourbon Street. When he met Ghost's eyes, he would not hold the gaze. But before Steve looked away, Ghost had seen stark terror in his eyes. Ghost picked up the pillow and smoothed it out. As he was about to toss it back onto the bed, he saw the strands of hair clinging to the linen. He picked a few of them off. They were brittle, translucent, and held them up to the moonlight, trying to see their color. Some of the strands were clear ruby red, some were bright bleachy yellow. Neither color looked natural. Over to his right, the closet door creaked and swung halfway open. Ghost looked at it, his head lifted high, his nostrils flaring a little. The door was tauntingly still, trying to pretend it had been halfway open all the time, trying to pretend a sudden gust from nowhere had swept through the room, trying to pretend the floor wasn't level, and it had just happened to swing open while Ghost was standing there, alone, in the middle of the night. Ghost wasn't fooled. He moved toward the closet and put his hand on the knob. When no one twisted it from the other side, he yanked the door wide open. For one terrible second he thought something was drifting toward him, some bright, many-armed wraith. Then he saw that the closet was haunted only by clothes, strange, beautiful clothes of colored silk. Were they dresses? Shirts? Ghost took a sea-green sleeve between his thumb and his forefinger, rubbing the slippery, sensuous cloth, wondering. Loose hangers kissed softly against each other. Who wore these rich clothes? He pulled a swath of rose-colored silk toward him and buried his nose in its cool depths. The cloth was saturated with the smells of strawberry incense, of clove cigarettes, of wine, of tangy sweat. The smells drew him in. As he breathed the heady melange, a voice whispered to him from the depths of the closet. "Ghost, easy." He was never sure how he got out of the room and made a wrong turn down the hall. Maybe he meant to go racing back to his room. Maybe he meant to lock himself in the bathroom and stay there all night. He never meant to barge into Arcady's bedroom. That much was certain. But all at once, there he was. And there was Arcady, burning a candle on his nightstand, playing with several little heaps of colored powder on a white plate, pushing them into intricate convoluted patterns of arrows, curlicues, lines, and crosses. When Ghost slammed into the room and leaned panting against the door, Arcady looked up and smiled. All the colored powders fell back in a bright spray across the plate. "What a lovely surprise," said Arcady. "Well, not precisely a surprise, since I heard you coming down the hall, but I am ever so pleased to see you nonetheless." First, Arcady made Ghost swallow a tranquilizing powder. Ghost didn't want it, but in the end, it was easy to make him swallow it. Arcady just slipped inside Ghost's mind and pushed. Usually he would not have tried such a thing on a sensitive as powerful as Ghost, but the boy was terrified and exhausted. It was easy. Then he made Ghost tell his tale, the whole thing, vampires and all. It was more convoluted and full of pain than Arcady could have guessed. Ghost's hands twitched all the way through the telling. He tugged his pale hair over his eyes, and more than once Arcady heard a sob catch in his throat. At last Ghost fell silent. He tried to remain sitting, but his head kept drooping and his eyes threatened to slip shut. Arcady saw Ghost's hands clenching into loose fists. The poor boy was trying to will himself to stay awake. With a light finger, Arcady touched Ghost's lips, those lovely lips, so pale, so delicately lined, tucked in at the corners with worry and fear. Under his touch, he felt Ghost's lips tighten. Ghost was exhausted, nearly asleep. Most likely, he did not know who touched him. Nevertheless, Arcady imagined how it would be to slide his finger between those lips, to stroke the pink rag of a tongue, to be surrounded by the wet warmth of Ghost's mouth. He wondered how it would be to taste Ghost's sweet spit. Poor boy, he thought again. Poor lost boys, both of them. One trying to drown his fear in a bottle, and the other, this beautiful child, trying to confront it all alone. "Poor boy," murmured Arcady. "You are very brave, Ghost. Dreadfully, achingly brave." He stroked the smooth curve of Ghost's throat, feeling the flesh shudder beneath his touch, then let his fingers stray between the neckband of the voluminous tie-dyed shirt Ghost wore. When Ghost had come slamming into the room, Arcady's heart melted for the child standing there, trembling in that enormous shirt that made him look so terribly young. He had wanted to hold out his arms to Ghost. Why deceive himself? He had wanted to bewitch Ghost and lure him into bed, to drive him pleasure-mad, to drown him in a sea of silk sheets and feather pillows. It wasn't as if he meant to seduce the boy, but might they not offer each other a night of creature comfort, a night of companionship? Ghost would not have to lie awake beside his poor drunken friend, pondering fate, bloody births, lost souls. Arcady would not have to sit up all night, tracing useless veves by candlelight, hoping for things he might never attain. Hoping to look up and see the beautiful proud face of his brother Ashley floating outside the window, begging admission with those eyes. Hoping to discover a way to hurt Ashley's lovers, those two lovely, dangerous creatures who would surely destroy him some day. Arcady thought of what those creatures had done to Ashley. Might that story not win Ghost's sympathy, at least? The tranquilizing powder had made Ghost's body somnolent, sapped the strength from his muscles, but his mind would still be alert. Absently caressing Ghost's rigid shoulder, Arcady began to tell the tale. "They gave you a bad scare, Ghost, did they not? In the guest room. In the closet. Ah, but you were snooping. You should never have looked in there. Not with your gift. Not with that shining eye in your heart. They are far too strong, far too heady for one who feels things as you do. They are not even in that room, Ghost. Not tonight, though they will be back in the morning, or the next morning, or the one after that. Who knows? The Lord—" Arcady crossed himself with his free hand, upside down, then right side up. "The Lord alone knows where they are tonight, what strange new substances they have swallowed or sniffed or shot into their perfect ruby veins, or whom they have found to love. Whom they have found to love. They leave their essence everywhere they go. It must be dreadfully strong in that closet where they throw their dirty clothes, the clothes full of their sweat, their smoke, their sweet clove-scented ectoplasm. Did that drift out at you, Ghost? Do they know you, perchance? Have you met? Or did they just speak to you as one lost soul to another? Ah, but you must not be afraid of them. To you they are as harmless as a forgotten song on an antique record. To you they are as harmless as a rotting old gravestone. It is me they can hurt. It was Ashley they could hurt, and whoever they have found to share their deadly ecstasy tonight. That is what they want, Ghost. Nay, that is what they need, for they feed upon your pleasure and your terror and your pain. They must terrify you, as they do the children who are their victims. They must enter your dreams and give you a nightmare so horrible that you never awaken from it. But their greatest pleasure is not to terrify. It is to bewitch. They want you to love them. It makes the final moment of betrayal sweeter. They must come to you in the flesh and make love with you. They must lure you down onto some ancient stained mattress, or beneath a silken coverlet, or into an alley where they will kneel before you in the filth. You must become addicted to their spit. You must breathe their scent until you are intoxicated. Only then will they consummate their love for you as they did for Ashley, by sucking you dry, by taking every drop of your beauty, your youth, the fire that drives you, by leaving you a husk, a dry, living shell, as they did to my brother Ashley. I found him when I returned home from Paris at the end of that long, dying winter. We had been living in a church down by Bayou St. John, an abandoned place. Ashley hanged himself in the bell tower. He had no choice, truly. Ashley was born with a healthy dose of the Raventon dramatic flair. He hung there for a week before I came home. He knew I would be back. I never broke a promise to Ashley, but he could not wait. When I cut his body down, I saw why. It was as dry and twisted as a mandrake root. Ashley had been dead 7 days, but nothing in him had rotted except his eyes and his tongue. There was nothing else left to rot. They had sucked all his juices out. He rustled in my arms as I cut the rope, and when I lifted him down and laid him on the floor of the bell tower, he rattled like a sack full of bones. His mouth was stretched open. His lips were bloodless, pulled away from his teeth that had gone the color of old ivory. Far back in his head, his tongue lay withered. His hair was colorless, drifting, and his eyes, the eyes I wanted to die for when they tilted up to meet mine, those eyes, they were gone. Those eyes were gone, and Ashley looked at me out of the darkness of his shriveled brain, and his face flaked away when I touched it. His lovers were still there, living on the top floor of the church, burning incense to mask the faint smell of Ashley's decay. For 7 days they had let him hang with his face sifting to dust and his eyes moldering. When I descended from the bell tower cradling Ashley's skull, the flesh fell away from it as easily as old crumbling parchment. They were making love on a dirty mattress they had dragged in, biting throats, clutching hands, laughing and sobbing with their pleasure. I sat with Ashley in my arms and waited for them to finish. At last, one of them looked up at me and said, "It was easy for him, Arcady, as easy as breathing." And the other one told me, "Death is easy. You should know that, Arcady. Death is easy." Ghost had been drifting back to sleep, his head pillowed on his arms, dreaming the story more than hearing it, his mind filling with pictures of the boy's withered body on the long-ago roadside, the giant oak tree up on the hill, the final image of his dream in the car that had frightened him so badly, the twins lying side by side on the stained mattress, their skin drying and cracking, their beauty spent. Now he looked up and said sleepily, "Death is easy?" Somehow, Arcady sensed those words were familiar to Ghost, but he smoothed pale strands of hair from Ghost's brow, and Ghost let his head sink back down. Perhaps Ghost really would stay with him tonight. Perhaps Ghost wanted to drown in this bed. Surely such a thing was possible. Ashley was the beauty of the Raventons, to be sure, but Arcady, too, possessed the high, clear forehead and the sharp, proud cheekbones, if not the sparkling burgundy hair or the unbelievable eyes, those depthless eyes. Perhaps Ghost wanted to sigh in Arcady's arms, to writhe and moan beneath the ministration of Arcady's lips. It had been so very long. The twins could still lure Arcady into their bed on occasion, because they were beautiful and he was alone, but he hated them for what they had done to Ashley, and he was afraid of the hold they already had upon him, and there was no one else. Not until now, not until this nervous magical ghost child with the pale blue eyes, the ragged clothes from some fantastic thrift shop, the translucent hair that fell across his eyes as he slept. "Asleep, Ghost?" Arcady whispered. "Perhaps not yet." He bent and kissed the corner of Ghost's eye as lightly as he would have plucked a spider from its web to dry and grind for Gregory. His tongue flickered across the silken scrap of Ghost's eyelashes, then slid down Ghost's cheek and sought passage between those exquisite lips. Every nerve in Ghost's body seemed to come instantly alive, tensing, uncoiling. He flew off the bed backward and landed in front of the door, back pressed flat against the wood, chin lifted and nostrils flared wide. Even his eyelids seemed to tremble. His eyes met Arcady's and locked there, large and scared, aglow with pale blue fire. Arcady held the look for a long moment. Then he let his gaze flick to the window, and he lifted one bony shoulder in a tiny, unconcerned shrug. "She'll die, Ghost. Unless that fetus comes out soon, its growth will be too far gone. This is no vulnerable morsel of meat to be scraped out by any back-alley abortionist with a curate and a roll of dirty cotton. Try that, and it will rip open her womb even sooner. No, you must poison it. Otherwise it will grow, and Anne will die, and perhaps your precious Steve will die too. Guilt twists a man, Ghost. You cannot protect him forever. He may bleed his life away in a car crash, or pick a fight with someone who carries a razor in his boot. The vieux carré is full of them. Or perhaps a slower death, a pickling of the liver, an insult to the brain. Death can come in a bottle, Ghost, and I think Steve has already opened that bottle and taken the first swallow. You must poison it, Ghost, to save Anne, to save Steve." Arcady paused, then delivered the bitter coup de grace. "I know the recipe. I developed it after Rochelle died. I can help you, if I wish." Arcady twitched the sheets back. They made a tiny, dry, rustling sound, like long linen wrappings falling away from a mummy's face, like dead moth wings dusting down. Ghost jumped a little at the sound. With both hands he raked his hair, pulling it in front of his face. Arcady saw him shudder. Then his back straightened, and his shoulders squared, and his eyes flared dark once, and then were as pale as before. "Okay," he said. Those few steps back to the bed were the worst Ghost had ever taken. He felt the floorboards under his bare feet, coated with a dry and silken dust. Arcady's skin would feel that way against his own. Arcady's hands would caress his soul. Arcady's tongue would explore his brain. He would not think about it. He would think about singing at the Sacred U, with Steve going wild on guitar, back when things were simple. That was what he would do. "Okay," he said, refusing to hear his own words. "I'll do whatever you want." He was on stage now, clutching at the microphone, ready to let his voice flow, but Arcady's papery lips clamped over his mouth, sealing it. Arcady's tongue cleaved to his, tasting of bitter herbs. Arcady's dry touch spidered down his chest, under his t-shirt. He felt that touch in the depths of him, razoring along his backbone, turning his intestines shuddery. He began to choke. "No," said a voice from the dark doorway. A weary voice, a voice for speaking long after midnight, a voice to be used when all paths are blocked, when castles have fallen to ruin, when morning will not come again. Ghost's eyes swept the darkness. "Steve?" For the voice was Steve's, and the smell was Steve's too, the clothes stiff with drinking sweat. But the smell of lonely desperation was gone. There was exhaustion and fear, and the damp, secret scent of sorrow. But beneath those was something new, something Ghost hadn't caught from Steve for a long time. A vibration more than a scent, a tremor that thrummed the air between them, turned it electric, webbed it with white, crackling lines of energy. It was anger. Good old, pissed-off Steve Finn anger. Arcady hissed air in through his teeth. "You!" "Get your hands off him," said Steve. He gripped either side of the door jamb, holding himself up. His hair stood up in crazy dark tufts and wings, shoved messily behind his ears, a week dirty. "Let him go, motherfucker," he told Arcady again. "I don't care what kind of badass juju guy you are. Right now I could reach down your throat and tear your foul black heart out with pleasure." Arcady let go of Ghost. "Come on," said Steve. He jerked a thumb toward the staircase. "We're leaving. We're getting in the goddamn T-Bird and going home. Anne can get torn apart from inside out if that's what has to happen, if that's what she wants. You're not going to make yourself into a whore for her. Or for me. Or for anybody. You're too good for that, Ghost. You're too goddamn fine." Steve's eyes shone crystal bright in the dark. 2 wet lines glistened their way down his cheeks. Tear tracks. But he stood straight, and though his hands still gripped the door jamb and his clothes hung from him like rags on a scarecrow, he was strong. Strength vibrated from him. He had made a decision, and he would abide by it, but not alone. Ghost went to him. After a moment, Steve let his arms drop onto Ghost's shoulders, and Steve's tears fell into Ghost's hair and were lost there, palely tangled. They stood leaning on each other, strength passing between them. "Let's go," Steve said at last. "Wait!" called Arcady when they were halfway down the hall. Steve stopped but did not turn. His grip on Ghost's arm tightened. Ghost looked back over his shoulder, drawing closer to Steve, afraid to meet Arcady's eyes. "You are too fine, Ghost," said Arcady, and though his voice was only a moth whisper in the dusty hallway, they heard him. "I did not lie when I said you were brave. Dreadfully, achingly brave. You shared none of my lust, but to save your friends you would have given yourself to me, and I would have let you. Indeed, you are too fine. We must band together against the eternal night. The vampires took my brother, and I will not let them take another beautiful young life. I will help you. Lord help me, I will help you." And Arcady Raventon crossed himself twice, first upside down, then right side up. "Fern," said Arcady, holding a packet of dried leaves up to the light. They had come downstairs and lit the candles in the shop, calling up the spirits of cinnamon, nutmeg, licorice. Arcady had arranged his materials on the glass countertop, vials and encrusted bottles, a mortar and pestle, a bundle of crumbling envelopes. Now he picked through them, sifting, pinching, sniffing, and muttering. Steve slouched against the opposite wall, scowling but surreptitiously interested. Ghost watched with his chin propped in his hands, horribly rapt. He did not want to watch the making of the poison that would scour Anne's womb, but he had to. This was too familiar. This awakened memories of his grandmother and Miss Caitlin, or his grandmother alone, hunched over some candle-lit table with an assortment of packets and tiny shining bottles close at hand. Ghost would creep out and hide in the shadow of the bookcase or the doorway, and sometimes his grandmother would sense his presence and call him over to watch. Then she would tell him what fragrant oils and leaves she was mixing. "This will bring luck to someone's door," she would explain, or "This will ease a woman's monthly pains." But sometimes the concoctions did not smell sweet at all. Sometimes they smelled brown and fetid, and vapors curled up from her mortar. When his grandmother was mixing that kind of concoction, Ghost always got sent back to bed. "Basil," said Arcady. "Bay leaf." Steve shifted, slumped further. Shit, we could have gone to the A&P for this. "Pennyroyal," said Arcady, lowering his eyelids at Steve. "Yarrow, brooklime, and garlic." A small secret smile crooked his lips. "It won't like all this garlic." With a flourish, he uncorked a small blue bottle and poured a few drops of cloudy liquid into the mortar. Herbs hissed coldly. A twist of vapor wafted up. Steve pushed himself up. What the fuck was that? Arcady smiled. The crucial ingredient. Without it, this would be a mere salad. Steve scowled. Arcady might as well have said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Ghost watched Arcady scrape the paste from the mortar onto a square of waxed paper. It was a bright, organic green, and it seemed to seethe on the paper. Made from 1,000 herbs, made from altars, Ghost thought. This stuff would surely burn Anne's throat when they force her to swallow it. At least, he hoped she only had to swallow it. Arcady folded the square of paper in half and twisted the ends. "That," he said, "is that. Now you must find the girl and bring her to me." Steve and Ghost started speaking at once. "How the fuck are we supposed to do that?" said Steve. "I can do that," said Ghost. Back upstairs, Ghost looked out the window at the landscape of wedding cake buildings iced with intricate scrolls of wrought iron. Far to his left, beyond his line of vision, the lights of Bourbon Street glittered. The crowds still staggered. The very stars in the sky swam. Bright, round stars, great glowing ones, hallucinatory stars. At the end of the hall, Arcady slipped into bed, and Ghost caught one dry, lonely thought. He is too pale, too fragile. My love would surely have shattered him. Above it all, above Ghost and Steve and Arcady and the rest of the gaudy town, a small cold moon hung, a moon like a sliver of frosted bone, a moon to bring down winter. Ghost turned away from the window. Steve was already in bed, his arms wrapped around his pillow. The moonlight smudged crescents of shadow beneath his eyes. With his fingers, he had combed most of the tangles out of his hair, and now it lay along his cheeks and forehead, limp with the dirt of the French Quarter, with the sweat of a long road trip. He looked terribly young, younger than the first time Ghost had laid eyes on him, walking through those sun-dappled autumn woods. Back when things were simple. "Come on to bed," Steve said. "It's almost morning. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to find Anne and make her swallow that shit. It'll probably kill her." Ghost sensed unsaid words hanging in the air like river mist. He slid under the covers, into the comforting pool of Steve's warmth, and waited. At last Steve said, "But I guess that's better than letting the vampires kill her." "You believe it," said Ghost, softly enough that Steve could pretend not to have heard. But Steve rolled onto his back and answered, "Yeah, I guess I do. I saw Zyla's face that night outside the club. I know that now. I saw it, and it was all healed up. I'm sick of lying to myself. You don't lie to yourself. You're not scared of what your heart knows. I believe something bad is going to happen to Anne. I believe it because you believe it so much. You think Anne will die if nobody helps her. You believe it so hard that you were ready to sell yourself to Arcady, to save her if you could, and I guess to save me, too. And anything that you believe in that strongly, Ghost, I'm not going to argue with, not in a million years." Under the covers, Steve's hand found Ghost's and gripped it hard, almost painfully. Ghost heard the rest of the thought. "Because I trust you, Ghost. You and nobody else. And if you believe it, then damn, I guess I believe it too. The Easter Bunny didn't come through, neither did God or the haircut fairy, but you're still magic." "Steve?" Ghost whispered the name. His heart was swelling in his chest, wanting to join somehow with Steve's heart and become one live, pulsing thing. Siamese twins, joined at the heart, all the beats of their lives measured out together, their blood running through the same miles of veins. Ghost rested his hand on Steve's chest and found Steve's heartbeat, even and strong. Under the touch, Steve seemed to loosen a little, to uncoil. Did the shadows beneath his eyes grow paler? Ghost put his fingers out to touch those shadows, to try to capture them under his fingernails, maybe put them in his mouth and swallow them. Steve's eyelashes flickered, but at the last moment his eyes stayed open. He trusted Ghost that much. "You are my oldest friend. You are my only brother." Ghost touched the raw silk skin beneath Steve's eyes, the roughness of Steve's cheeks with their 4-day stubble, the slowly melting tightness of Steve's mouth. He laid his head against that steady heartbeat. He felt Steve's lips shape a word. "Ghost." He managed to make a small sound in his throat. "Don't you ever leave me. Don't you ever go, man." Steve stopped, but Ghost heard the sudden hoarseness in his voice. "No," said Ghost. "It won't be me who goes." He could say no more. Instead, he would swallow those shadows smudging Steve's eyes. He would lick them away. He bent, and instead of finding Steve's eyes, his mouth met Steve's mouth in a clumsy kiss. They both grew tense. Ghost thought, "No, oh no, that wasn't what I meant to do," and Steve's hands came up to push Ghost away. But somehow his hands were treacherous. Instead of shoving Ghost away, they slid over Ghost's shoulders and locked behind his back. Steve was pulling him closer, Ghost realized. Maybe he could help Steve, now, tonight. Maybe he could overcome that terrible loneliness for a while. He nudged Steve's mouth open just a little at first, then wide, and their tongues met like two beating hearts. "Molasses," he heard from somewhere. "You still taste like molasses." "Hmm?" said Ghost. "What?" Their mouths untangled briefly, then met again. Stray thoughts weren't important. These minutes had to stretch and stretch. This one kiss had to last for a long, long time. In a moment, Steve would pull away. That golden flavor on Steve's tongue, that was not Dixie beer. It was the taste of childhood summers long gone, and laced through it was the dark taste of fear. Already Steve was scared of how much he trusted Ghost. He had said so. This one kiss would end, and there would not be another, because anything beyond this would be too much for Steve to deal with. It was already freaking him out a little. Ghost could feel that. But he needed it so bad. They slept clutching each other as if they might drown in the blankets and pillows. Ghost stayed awake for a long time. Steve's head burrowed fiercely into his shoulder. Steve's breathing stirred the fine hair on his neck. Steve's long legs entangled with his. Ghost knew full well that in the morning Steve would wake, narrow his eyes against the sunlight, and mutter, "Shit, man, I was so drunk last night, I don't remember what happened." But tonight Ghost could dream Steve's nightmares for him, and so he did. 29. Ghost walked the streets of old New Orleans looking for Anne. When he started out from Arcady's shop, he thought he would never be able to do it. Better they should have hired a private detective, like the guy in Angel Heart. At least Harry Angel might have had a chance of finding Anne by logic and luck. But what chance did Ghost have, who knew these streets not at all, who had only his intuition and blind faith to guide him? At first, it seemed that there was too much magic here, that it could only cloud intuition and distract faith. On every street corner was another story. In the elegant shade of each courtyard, another hovering spirit. Some of them were greedy and reached out to his sensitive mind, whispering, come in to me, listen to my tale." The buildings and sidewalks themselves seemed to have a susurrant, subliminal voice. But soon Ghost realized that he was trying too hard. If he relaxed, he could listen to these sounds with only part of his mind, like a radio playing far away. If he didn't think about it so hard, his feet would lead him the right way. He passed a group of kids wearing black clothes, black lipstick and eyeliner. Silver crosses, daggers, razor blades dangled from their wrists and earlobes. They passed a joint among themselves, from hand to thin hand. Deathers, kids who loved the night, loved the bands whose music spoke of dark beauty and fragile mortality. Vampires were their dream come true, their ideal to aspire to. Bela Lugosi might be dead, but the Deathers would keep him alive in their hearts forever. At the Sacred U one night, Ghost had seen a boy showing off his new tattoo, 2 tiny scarlet fang marks on the white flesh of his throat. The kids could dream of vampires all they liked, but their faces bore the undeniable stamp of humanity. It was in their imperfections, pimples, scars, the beginnings of laugh lines. The real vampires had a uniform sort of beauty, ageless and cold. Ghost thought of Zyla's face, only imperceptibly older than Nothing's, and then only because of the smirking mouth and the dramatic wanton eyes. Would Nothing catch up with Zyla and the others? Would he reach that same indefinable age and just stop? Ghost wondered how it would feel to know that you weren't going to age anymore, weren't going to change anymore, that your skin would never grow creased and delicate, your hair would not turn brittle white, your hands would stay smooth and strong. He shivered. He wouldn't like it, looking in the mirror every day and seeing the same face, with none of the sorrow and laughter of life reflected there. Ghost's heart twitched at the thought of Nothing becoming one of those blanks. The other 3 had faces like stylized masks, smooth and white, with only drunken madness blazing out of their eyes. Even Christian's face was blank, though a faint, frigid sorrow gleamed in his eyes. But Nothing's face was so young, the corners of his mouth so tender, his eyes full of wondrous pain. All that should not be wiped away by immortality. But Ghost was here to save Anne, not Nothing. Still, he could not stop hurting for Nothing, no more than he could stop his heart beating. But "Help the ones you love," his grandmother had told him. "Help them when you can, and after that, mind your business. Your gift doesn't give you the right to go rearranging other people's lives for them. You might see their souls, but they won't always want you to be their mirror." Yes, he could see Nothing's soul. It was in those haunted eyes, and in the shadows under them. Fatigue, drink, and chemicals, yesterday's makeup. Nothing was a lost soul because he wanted to be. It was what he had always wanted. It was his birthright. But Anne had been bewitched, done in by the light of Chartreuse eyes, by loneliness, by the opium of Zyla's spit and the poison juices of whatever grew inside her. And what was that? All along, Ghost had been thinking of the baby as a dark lump of blood, the seed of Anne's death. And it was. But it was also Nothing's brother or sister, and Nothing was not evil, only lost, as surely lost as Anne's child would soon be. Ghost imagined himself trapped in the womb, his soft bones crumbling, the poison searing his raw new skin away, the poison he and Steve had asked Arcady to make, had ended up giving Arcady $20 to make. Ghost leaned against a wall and closed his eyes. There were a million sides to everything. Most people were able to block out some of them. Ghost sometimes thought he saw them all. Not that it helped. "Come in and kiss me," whispered a voice that seemed to emanate from within the wall. He jumped and opened his eyes. Voices from nowhere made him more nervous than usual these days, but this hadn't sounded like the voice in the closet. It was faint and dry, almost too tiny to hear, like the voice of an insect. When the voice didn't speak again, Ghost looked around and found himself lost. He didn't even seem to be in the French Quarter anymore. To his back were forbidding, scorched-looking apartment towers. A wide, busy avenue stretched in front of him. A small gate opened in the wall to his left. He slipped through the gate and entered the city of the dead. Ghost had heard about the cemeteries of New Orleans. The groundwater here was so high that the coffins had to be entombed above ground. There was no real earth to bury them in. If you tried to dig a hole, it would quickly turn into a pit of oozing mud. A heavy rain could float coffins and corpses to the surface. But nothing he'd heard had prepared him for the blinding, whitewashed landscape of St. Louis No. 1, possibly the oldest cemetery in the city, certainly the gaudiest and most haphazardly arranged. There were coffins bricked into the walls, layer upon layer. That was the first thing Ghost noticed. Some of the brickwork had collapsed, and he could see ashy shadows within the wall, the occasional glint of sunlight on bone, brick, or broken glass. No wonder there were voices in these walls. At his feet, a maze of narrow pathways stretched away into the necropolis. Farther in, he was amazed at how tightly packed together the tombs were. In some places, he had to turn sideways and squeeze between them. High peaked vaults loomed over the path. Tall iron crosses jabbed into the sky, bristled along the tops of the intricate ironwork fences that bordered several plots. Almost all the tombs were white, made of moon-pale marble, silvery granite, or whitewashed brick, and the sunlight upon them dazzled Ghost's eyes. Against all the whiteness, 1,000 bits of color swarmed. There were flowers everywhere, plaster virgins and saints with gaily painted robes, colored glass tumblers full of rainwater, copper and silver coins embedded in cement. Some of the ironwork fences around the graves fluttered with ribbons. Others were hung with rosaries or Mardi Gras beads. Ghost passed a tomb chalked with hundreds of red X's in groups of 3. He stopped and looked at it for a long moment. At first it gave him no feeling at all. It might have been empty. Then suddenly he knew what he was supposed to do. Chips of brick and nubs of red chalk were scattered near the base of the tomb. Ghost picked one up, turned 3 times around, and carefully inscribed his own 3 X's on the door of the tomb. "I wish I knew where Anne was," he said. His lips barely moved, but even the softest whisper seemed to bounce off the tombs and echo along the empty paths. Then he closed his eyes and listened with all his heart. When the presence came into his head, he was ready for it. It was a greedy spirit, and an arrogant one. In fact, it reminded him of no one so much as Arcady Raventon, but without Arcady's weak flesh, without his craven lust. This was a spirit like a flaming ebony arrow. "Look behind you," it said. That was all. Then it was gone. Ghost stepped backward and almost hit his head on the overhanging doorway of another tomb. Then, very slowly, he turned his head and looked behind him. Nothing there but gleaming white walls and flowers trembling in the breeze. Feeling stupid, obscurely tricked, Ghost headed back the way he had come. But after a couple of minutes, he realized he was no longer on the same path. That made him feel even more stupid, because the tomb with the red X's had been less than 20 feet inside the gate. He was sure of it. How could he have gotten turned around? This path led deeper into the cemetery. Soon there were tombs on all sides of him, and he had no idea which path led toward the gate. The tombs in the center of the cemetery must be taller. That was why they seemed to tower above him, soaring up into the bright, cloudless sky. Over the edge of the far wall reared the dark mass of the apartment blocks. The projects, he realized. It was probably dangerous to be in here alone. The night before, when they were walking down the dark street that led back to Arcades, Steve had talked morosely about the crime in New Orleans. Little kids would run up and shoot you in the head, then rifle through your pockets. At least, that was what Steve said. The path twisted deeper in. Now the sky was a bristling forest of iron crosses. Granite peaks wavered overhead, seemed to bow over the path. The tombs pressed closer. Ghost wedged himself between two of them. For one horrible moment he was stuck. Soft brick crumbled away. Something wriggled against his back. He felt his shirt rip. Then he pulled free. He half ran, half stumbled into an open area where the tombs were lower and squarer, the tallest ones only shoulder high. In the center of the open area, a girl lay supine on a low marble slab. Bunches of dried, long-stemmed roses were arranged around the slab, crimson gone to black, white to ivory, yellow and pink to dusty echoes of themselves. The girl's long red-gold hair hung down the edges of the slab, and some of the roses had become ensnarled in it. She was not visibly breathing, but Ghost felt a weak tremor of life as he approached. Then the girl raised her head, and Ghost saw what he had known all along. It was Anne, and she was sick. "Ghost!" Her red-rimmed eyes tried to bring him into focus. "What are you doing here?" "Did you sleep out here all night?" She thought about it, then nodded slowly. "Nowhere else to go. I don't have any money, and I didn't find—" She coughed, spat out a mouthful of phlegm. It glistened, faintly iridescent against all the whiteness. Ghost heard the breath rasping in her chest. "What are you doing here?" Anne asked again. "Do you know where they are? Where Zyla's staying?" Ghost swallowed. He wasn't sure he could do this. He hadn't counted on Anne being sick. It was too easy. She had no chance of resisting. But the fact that she had asked for Zyla instead of Steve, that helped, as did the emptiness he saw when he met her eyes. "Yeah," he said. "I know where they are. I can take you to him." He found the path that led to the gate on his first try. "What's that?" asked Anne. She was staring blearily at the altar in the back room of Arcadie's shop. The shop was dark and empty, but Arcadie had left the door unlocked. Ghost fumbled the velvet curtain back and ushered her ahead of him. "Careful on the stairs," he said. "It's dark up there." Anne stared up into the blackness, then slowly began to climb. Up one flight, around the bend, up another flight to the wavering rectangle of light that was the door. Anne went through it, took 2 unsteady steps into the hall. "Zyla?" she said, and Steve stepped out from behind the door and plastered a wet cloth over her face. They couldn't imagine why Arcadie kept a bottle of ether in his back room, but he had said it would work. Ghost saw Steve's eyes clench shut as Anne struggled against the sick-smelling cloth. When she went limp in his arms, Steve's face slackened too. For a moment, he looked as if he would collapse with her, but he held Anne upright and steadied her drooping head against his shoulder, then slid his other arm under her knees, cradling her. Ghost couldn't remember the last time he had seen Steve hold Anne so tenderly. Arcadie pulled his fingers out of Anne's mouth and wiped them on her gray sweatshirt. He patted her cheek, then pushed her limp jaw shut. "Excellent," he muttered. Ghost leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. Beside him, Steve shifted, crossed and uncrossed his long legs. "So, what do we do now?" "Wait," Arcadie told him. "It is all you can do." "Wait." Steve spat out the word. He hauled himself up and began to pace, the heels of his battered boots clocking against the floor, his hands clawing at his hair. "I can't wait. I'll go crazy." Ghost stood, steadying himself against the wall. He realized neither of them had eaten all day. "Look, why don't we go out for a while? Over to Bourbon Street or—" Arcadie clapped his hands. The sudden sharp sound brought all movement in the room to an end. Steve stopped pacing. Ghost shut his mouth without finishing his sentence. Even the dust seemed to stop sifting down. Arcady glanced at the window. Twilight had begun to filter through the glass, sending long gray fingers of shadow into the room. Below, on the street corners, Ghost could see lamps lighting one by one like milky yellow fireflies. "I know just the thing," said Arcady. "I will care for the girl. I will watch over her. You'd only get in the way." There was no question which of them he meant, but for once Steve didn't snarl. "I've told you about Ashley's friends, the ones in the other guest room. They are musicians, and they will be performing tonight at a club on Rue Decatur. The club serves the strongest drinks in all the Vieux Carré, and when you come back, everything will be over. The child will be dead, and you can take your Anne home again." Thought Ghost. His brain felt edged with hysteria. He smelled strawberry incense, cheap wine, clove cigarettes. He closed his eyes. Behind his lids he saw a closet door swinging slowly open, saw a silken sleeve reaching out for him, heard a voice whispering. "Easy, Ghost, easy." He thought, "No way. I don't want to see any band that came out of that closet. We'll find a $2 strip show on Bourbon Street. We'll go to the Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum. We'll do anything but see poor dead Ashley Raventon's lovers playing at some club on Decatur Street." But when Ghost opened his eyes again, Steve was looking morbidly interested. He had perked up at the mention of the strongest drinks in all the Vieux Carré. "That sounds pretty good," he said. "I'd like to check out the club scene here. Sure sounds better than sitting around waiting." He turned to Ghost. "You want to?" It would make Steve happy, or at least take his mind off Anne, or at least give him an excuse to get blind drunk. What could happen in a club? Ashley's lovers couldn't fly off the stage at Ghost, flapping their silks, whispering "easy." He and Steve would be safe in the crowd. "Okay by me," he said, hoping he sounded surer than he felt. "Fine, then," said Arcady. As he turned to leave the room, he flapped his hand toward the foot of the bed. A tangle of cotton bandages trailed onto the floor. "You'll want to wrap her up," Arcady told Steve. "Tightly enough to keep some of the blood in, but loose enough to let out the matter." Steve winced. Arcady made his exit, white robes swirling behind him. Ghost stood there for a moment, gripping Steve's shoulder. Then he followed Arcady out of the room and shut the door, and Steve was alone with Anne. At first, she only drifted. Her lungs felt stuffed with cotton, and there was an acrid chemical burn in the back of her throat. She was too tired to open her eyes. Her eyelids were weighted with sand. She let herself slip back into sleep, and she drifted. The backs of her knees and the back of her neck turned to warm water. Her muscles melted from her bones. Soon she began to see pictures. They were too vivid to be dreams. Her dreams had always been in black and white, as precise and disjointed as Fellini films. The pictures she saw now were in virulent color. For a time she struggled against them, trying to wake up. Then she gave in, because the pictures swelled in her brain and made her head hurt when she struggled. She saw her father's fragile-boned face, weirdly phosphorescent in the gloom of the living room back home. Newspapers were strewn in disarray around his feet, and an empty coffee mug sat on the arm of his chair near his outstretched hand. She tried to call his name, but if he heard her, he made no response. She saw a jack-o'-lantern lit orange against a black night, bobbing as if some shadow wraith carried it. The glowing grin split open, and a great frothy rose blossomed out, withering and rotting in the space of a few seconds. She saw a girl's face, with dark eyes half hidden by a curtain of hair. Then the girl's eyes rolled up white and silver, and the girl's mouth opened impossibly wide, and a gout of blood and whiskey tumbled down her chin. She saw a jumble of streets laid out like a glowing map. Neon danced and rippled, purple, green, gold. In the streets, crowds of thin children in black frolicked. They wore studded belts and wristlets, skull and crossbone earrings, hair dyed every color, teased and twisted into every conceivable style. She saw pale faces slashed across with scarlet lipstick, with great smudges of eyeliner. Stalking among the children, everywhere, were corny silent film vampires. They pulled black silk capes up over their noses, drew back in mock horror at crucifixes dangling from multi-pierced earlobes. Beside the children in their gaudy mourning, the vampires were old-fashioned and hokey, except that all of them had green eyes that glowed and snapped like strange acid fire. As the final image dwindled into darkness, Anne realized that someone was touching her, fumbling with the button of her skirt, sliding her tights down over her hips. She would know that touch anywhere, would know it even if she hadn't felt it in 10 years. Half rough, but trying to be gentle. Half desperate, but trying to be tender. Steve. At first, she wanted to push his hands away, but she could not muster the will to move, so she lay quietly and let him ease her panties down. Those panties are really skanky, she thought. Then she thought, who cares? It's only Steve. He's smelled me before. Then some distant part of her mind realized what was happening and shrieked, Steve! He would not let himself part her legs to look. He knew the warm saddle between her thighs too well, knew its perfumed scent and its tangy taste, knew just how to slide into its warmth. For some perverse reason, he had a raging, aching hard-on. Maybe because you haven't touched a girl in over 2 months, the demon in his mind babbled, not even an unconscious one. He knew that if he looked at her too long, he would want her, even passed out. Yes, he could slip inside her so easily. It would be like coming home. But what if the thing in her womb reached a tiny hand down and grabbed him? What if it got a hold of him with its teeth? His hard-on was suddenly gone. Steve slid one hand under Anne's hips. She was thinner, he noticed. There was only a scant handful of flesh on each buttock that had once been so sweetly round, and started winding the bandages around her. Between the milk-pale thighs, snug against the treacherous cunt, up around Anne's slender waist and back down. Would these keep her from bleeding to death when the poison started to work? He didn't know, but Arcady had said to wrap her up, and Ghost trusted Arcady because there was no one else to trust, so Steve had to trust him too, even if he was a rat-faced little fuckwad. When Anne was wrapped from her waist to the middle of her thighs in white cotton, Steve pulled the sheet up to her chin. The coarse cloth seemed to settle flat over Anne's body. Even the rise of her swaddled pubic mound was nearly imperceptible. Steve sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, looking at her face. She didn't look any different. Tired, that was all. They might have just made love. She might be catnapping in that lovely twilight lull that happened after good sex, waiting for him to roll over and give her one more long, deep kiss. He bowed his head and rested his cheek against her breasts. Beneath their softness, he felt the trembling of her heart. Turn back, he thought with sudden incoherence. Something got fucked up bad. None of this was supposed to happen. Time, turn back. But time would not. He kissed her through the bandages, right at the V where her thighs met. Then he stood up and walked toward the door, and only when he saw how blurred it was did he realize his eyes were overflowing. "Steve!" her mind shrieked, but he never turned around. 30. Arcady lit a candle and started down the stairs. He would get a packet of dried leaves that needed grinding. He would sift them to dust between his fingers as he sat beside Anne's bed. He would bring up an old fragile book that he had not looked at in too long, and the decanter of sherry that rested beneath the altar with Ashley. He would keep vigil beside the girl all night, or at least until Steve and Ghost returned. He would mark her bleeding, watch her temperature, daub her forehead with ice. He would take good care of her. And he would think about the way Ghost had slighted him, rejected him, made a fool of him. He would think about the way Steve had shown him nothing but sullenness and discourtesy. He would sit beside the beautiful unconscious girl and think about these things, pondering the power he wielded over Steve and Ghost now. He would look upon the girl's pale, fevered face and contemplate the administration of another poison, one for the mother instead of the child, one that would never be detected. He knew a poison made from the spleen of a certain fish, a poison that duplicated the structure of normal stomach acids. He would contemplate unwrapping the bandages that Steve had tucked so carefully around her hips, would imagine himself straightening a wire coat hanger and sliding it up inside her, as tenderly as a lover, until the sharp end punctured her womb. But no, he wielded great power over Steve and Ghost through this helpless girl, but he must not use it. That would be allowing the vampires to triumph. He must save her with his poisons. Otherwise, the vampires would have killed her as surely as they had killed his brother Ashley, as surely as they had turned that lovely aristocratic face to dust, dried that sweet white flesh, shriveled those eyes. Those eyes. He only hoped his concoction would work. He had told Ghost he'd developed it after the death of Rochelle, and this was true, but he had neglected to mention that it had never been tested on anyone. Something wavered at the foot of the stairs. His shadow, huge and unsteady in the flickering light of his candle. Arcady stepped on it, a trick he had learned long ago, stepping on one's own shadow, good for nothing but show, and ducked under the velvet curtain into the back room of the shop. Mullen leaf, he thought. I must bring the mullen leaf to be crumbled, and the book, and the sherry. Drawing near the altar, he bent to retrieve the decanter, and stopped, his dry lips hissing air, his hands frozen in their movement toward the drop-cloth. He always kept Ashley's skull beneath the altar, safe in the dark. Sometimes in the night he would wander downstairs to speak to Ashley and stroke the smooth ivory curve, but he always put Ashley back in his resting place. Why, then, was the skull here on top of the altar, nestled among the relics and offerings? Some of the other objects had been displaced as well. The floor at the foot of the altar was littered with dead flowers, stray coins, the powdery ash of incense sticks. One of the plaster saints had toppled over, but the candles still burned, two on either side of Ashley, dripping pink and black wax onto the altar. Arcady reached out to touch what was left of his brother, hoping the contact might give him an answer, or at least lessen his confusion and his fear. The skull was as cold as a November wind, as cold as frozen earth. "What?" he whispered. "What's wrong? What's happening?" The eye sockets retained their velvety, tragic darkness. The teeth did not meet in reply. But as Arcady stroked the dome of the skull, all the candles, the 4 upon the altar and the 1 he was carrying, suddenly flickered and then burned stronger than before. But now their flames were a bright, cold blue, a sure sign of evil spirits present in the room. "Ashley?" he whispered. "My brother? Is it you?" But that made no sense. Ashley was not evil. Ashley would never hurt him. Arcady groped under the altar for the sherry. He would need it tonight. When his fingers found the faceted glass of the decanter, he clutched it and started for the stairs. But just before he was about to sweep the velvet curtain aside, he paused, then turned and went back to get Ashley. This meant he must abandon his candle and descend the stairs in darkness, but Arcady would not leave his brother down here alone with whatever spirits roamed tonight. The first stair tread creaked when he rested his weight upon it. With his bare toes, he felt for the edge of the next stair, tried to ease his foot onto it without making a sound. His eyes strained against the dark. His shoulder brushed the wall. Or did the wall lean in to crush him? Under his feet, the boards felt unpleasantly dry, almost furry. He climbed 2 more stairs, 3, 4. He was halfway to the top when he heard the light footsteps coming up behind him. The stairs were dark, but the two faces seemed lit by an unhealthy glow from within. Arcady could make out their sharp features, their drawn mouths, the tired gleam of their eyes through the cheap sunglasses they wore. "It's only you two," he said. "You gave me a turn." They started up the stairs toward him. "Look at us, Arcady," said one of them. His voice was only a rustle, like a voice sifting through dried moth wings. "We've waited too long," said the other, and his voice was like a wind that blew from far away over a stagnant sea. "We can't find anyone. We can't even look in the mirror. And we have a show to do." Arcady kept backing up the stairs. He heard his own breath sobbing in and out of his throat. "What do you want?" "It's time, Arcady," said the first one. He smiled, and patches of ivory skin flaked away from his cheeks, powdering the stairs, mingling with the dust. The other one smiled, too. His lips were caked with dry rouge, once red, now faded to dusty orange. Even in this dim light, Arcady could see the delicate tracery of lines that webbed the twins' faces and disappeared beneath their sunglasses. "We need you," said the first one. "It's easy. You can join your brother." "There's a girl upstairs," Arcady heard himself say. "Young, pretty. You can have her." The first one shook his head in mock reproach. His ruby hair whipped his face. "No, Arcady, we don't want your pretty girl. Not yet, anyway. Next, you'll be telling us to go find a whore on Bourbon Street. We're hungry. We know you. We need you." "We love you, Arcady," said the other, smiling even more widely. One of his upper front teeth fell out of its socket and landed with a tiny plink on the stairs. He picked it up and fitted it back into the ragged hole in his gum, still smiling. There was no blood, not a drop. "You see? Would you have our beauty wither and crack as your brothers did? You can help us, Arcady. You can feed us. You know it's easy." "Easy," echoed the other. They ascended the stairs toward him. Arcady could not run, could not move. Already his feet and his ankles felt withered, useless. He wondered how they would feed. Did they have a sort of proboscis that would thrust deep into his body to search out every last drop of life? Or would they just bury their mouths in him, rend him with their teeth, and let his life force flow into them? Whatever it was, Ashley had felt it too. It was the last thing Ashley had felt, apart from a rope around his neck. The thought gave Arcady a sick sort of comfort. He would try not to be afraid. The twins kept climbing toward him. Now he could see the silver sheen of their eyes behind their sunglasses. He could see the minute cracks that glazed the surface of their skin. He could see the thin layer of dust that coated their tongues. When their graceful hands were almost upon him, he uttered a low, desperate cry and hurled Ashley's skull at them. It struck the redhead's chest and bounced away. As the first dry hand touched his cheek, Arcady saw the skull tumbling from stair to stair down into the darkness. The twins fed for 2 hours. They pressed themselves close against Arcady's body, and every crack and pore of their skin became a tiny mouth, a minuscule suck-hole, questing deep into Arcady's tissue to extract every drop of moisture, of vitality, of whatever love might still be buried in Arcady's bitter heart. They stopped occasionally to stretch toward each other and exchange long kisses, oiled and flavored by the inner workings of Arcady. Sex was only a stopgap measure for them now, a means to an end. The usual sorts of love-making seemed pallid, tame. Feeding was ever so much more sensual. Eventually the redhead sat up and yawned. The blonde stopped sucking and regarded Arcady with mild curiosity. Arcady's fingers were little more than bone now, but they still scraped weakly against the wooden floor of the landing where the twins had dragged him. The husk of his head still creaked from side to side in blind denial. the dried leaf of his tongue still thrust from his crumbling mouth, questing for a drop of moisture. There was no drop of moisture left anywhere in Arcady's ruined body. The blonde twin knew that. But they always took so long to die. It was sort of interesting. The redhead glanced over his shoulder, back toward the warren of rooms down the hall. "Arcady said there was a girl," he suggested. The blonde smirked at him. "Greedy, greedy." "I don't care." "Let's have a look, then." They tiptoed into Steve and Ghost's room and stood on either side of the bed. There was a strong smell of blood. Arcady had left no light on, and their eyesight was not as strong as their other senses, but they did not really need it. They leaned over the bed and breathed in deep, going past the girl's odor of sweat, blood, and sorrow, trying to scent out the pulse of life still beating. Then they looked at each other and shook their heads. "This girl belonged to Ghost, you know," said the blonde. "Who?" "Ghost. Don't you remember? The beautiful dreamer." "Oh, I didn't like him. Not our sort. Too asexual?" "Too pure," said the redhead, and they both giggled, but their laughter died as they stared at the indistinct curled form on the bed. Arcady had been so dry. "A shame. A pity. But we have a show to do." What Arcady had said about the twins being musicians was not precisely true. They were dilettantes who welcomed any chance to perform almost any act in public. Currently, they had captured the affections of a local band whose Gothic act had failed to ignite the French Quarter club scene. The guitarist and former singer, Pearl, was a lovely young woman with opalescent skin, masses of dyed and crimped blue-black hair, and no hint of a brain in her head. "You'll inject some life into the act," she enthused. With a perfectly straight face, the blonde twin had replied, "And perhaps you will inject some life into us, too." Pearl and the other members of Midnight Sun had agreed to let the twins front their act for as long as they wished to. Audiences were enthralled. Club owners loved them. The band particularly liked the fact that the twins never took their cut of the door. They had no use for money. At the foot of Anne's bed they embraced. Their brittle hair drifted together. Their eyes glittered silver behind the sunglasses they still wore. "Let's leave after the show tonight," the redhead murmured. "Let's blow this town." "But Pearl—" The blonde had taken a particular liking to the empty-headed, lush-bodied guitarist. "We can do her later. I don't care. But let's leave after that. My darling, please?" "Of course, then. Anything you want. But why so suddenly?" The redhead glanced at the bloody hump on the bed. Then he tilted his head back and smiled into his brother's silver eyes. His grin was warm, lazy, insouciant. "Don't you see what happened to her?" he asked. "Where's the elegance in that? This is a trashy town. Too many damned bloodsuckers here." Out on the landing, Arcady's fingers still scraped uselessly at the floorboards. Flakes of parchment skin sifted from him with every feeble twitch. "Goodbye, Arcady, dear," said the redhead unconcernedly. The twins picked up Ashley's skull at the bottom of the stairs and took it with them as they left. 31. "I think this is the place," said Steve. They'd been out since dusk, hitting all the Bourbon Street bars they had missed before. Now it was almost midnight, and they were staggering along Decatur searching for the club Arcady had told them about. Steve backed up, stumbled into the gutter, and stared blearily up at a big black sign above a set of ironwork doors. The sign was written in enormous Gothic letters that dripped lurid red blood. The corners decorated with a delicate spiderweb motif. Pasco's. Steve narrowed his eyes, trying to make the swimming letters come together. "Is this the place?" "I think so," said Ghost. swaying as a breeze from the river brushed his face. The breeze was warmer than the night air, and it smelled of oysters and pearls, of bones, of dark mud. It made him nervous and thirsty. Maybe we ought to walk down to that big cafe and get some coffee first. Yeah, us and a million tourists. Let's go on in. We can get some more beer. Steve shoved the doors open and dragged Ghost in. The kid working the door was dressed entirely in black. Somehow, Ghost wasn't surprised. His skin was so pale that it glowed in the blue light of the club. His eyes were nearly obscured by smudges of greasy black makeup. $5 cover tonight, he said. Ghost rummaged through his pockets. Things sifted out. Leaves, rose petals, everything but money. The kid's sneer deepened. He looked like Billy Idol at the end of a long, rough night. There was a tick in his right eye, barely noticeable, but constant. You fags gonna pay or what? He spoke less with malice than extreme indifference. Steve leaned against the wall and produced a crumpled $10 bill. The kid snatched it. With courtesy exaggerated to the point of great sarcasm, he waved them in. As soon as they entered the club, Ghost was struck by the likeness of this place to the Sacred U back home in Missing Mile. It surprised him. The U was only a little hole in the wall, more progressive than most of its kind. But this was a nightclub in the big city, in the heart of the French Quarter. Ghost had vaguely expected more glitter, more jazz. Revelers in spangled cat's-eye masks, maybe, shaking confetti from their hair. But here were only the same sorts of kids that haunted the Sacred U. More of them, sure, but with the same dark-rimmed eyes, the studded ears, the pale jeweled throats. The sweet smell of clove cigarettes was familiar, and their smoke swirling through blue light. There were differences, too. Pasco's served mixed drinks. Ghost saw mysterious crimson concoctions in fancy plastic goblets full of skewered fruit and paper parasols. And they had a decent PA here, one that not even Steve would be able to bitch about. Right now it was blasting Bauhaus at shattering volume. Ghost recognized the grave, guttural voice of the lead singer. Anne had listened to them. Ghost couldn't remember the singer's name or the name of the album, upon which all the songs twined together to tell a kind of horror story. Nothing would know. Ghost wondered whether Nothing would be here tonight. All the children looked like him. Their long, dark raincoats or too big leather jackets enveloped their fragile bones like shadow. Most of them looked so small, so frail, ready to break like soap bubbles if you touched them. But in all those black smudged eyes lurked a certain hardness, a wall of glass to mask their terrible vulnerability. "Show me what you can," those eyes said. "Hurt me if you want to. I've seen it all, or I think I have, and where's the difference?" Steve was already at the bar ordering them a couple of Dixie beers. In the past few days, he had developed a taste for the brand. Sometimes he drank it as a chaser for his whiskey. Ghost would rather have gone to one of the all-night groceries on Bourbon Street and bought a flask of Scuppernong wine, Wild Irish Rose, or Night Train. He liked the syrupy thickness of the wine, and the way the fermented, rotten sweet flavor of the grapes melted over his tongue. It reminded him of the elixirs his grandmother had mixed for him long ago, the spoonful at bedtime, the tiny liqueur glass that often sat by his plate at breakfast. He remembered her saying, "Drink that right down, every drop. That will stop your cough. That one will put rose petals in your cheeks." And the one he had drunk most eagerly, the one he now knew had been mostly fruit juice and sugar syrup. "This one will keep you from growing all the way up. It will preserve the child in you forever." Fruit juice and sugar syrup. Well, mostly. Steve was coming back toward him with a dripping bottle in each hand. Ghost reached out to grab a beer, and their fingers touched briefly, and Steve was grinning his old, easy, drunken grin, and for a moment it was as if they were back at the U, taking a break between sets, catching a buzz together. For a moment, everything was all right. That was when the band began to play. The Bauhaus singer's voice plunged from the heights of psychosexual ecstasy to the sepulchral depths of despair. Then the song cut off as abruptly as if a cancer had seized its throat. There came a ripple of wooden drums as the band took the stage, and a growling bass, and then the very air of the club was transfixed by an unearthly, blood-chilling, double-throated howl. From where they stood near the back of the club, Steve and Ghost could not see the stage. They glanced at each other when they heard the howl, which vibrated through the layers of smoke, through the ivory bones of all the children, through the spray-painted walls of the club. As the first line of the opening song came whispering through the smoky air, the crowd rippled and parted. Now there was a clear path all the way to the stage, and Ghost got his first look at Ashley's lovers, Ashley's twin lovers. He felt his nerves draw him rigid, taut as wire. His beer slipped from his hand and fell foaming on the sticky floor. Dimly he was aware of wetness soaking through his sneakers, of Steve staring at him saying, "What the fuck?" bending to rescue the bottle of Dixie before it all foamed away. He wanted to reach out and grab Steve's wrist, for warning, for protection, for the simple feeling of warm, familiar skin under his fingers. But he could not move. He could only stare at the two figures on stage, could only watch their lips as they began to whisper into their microphones, "Death is easy." They hadn't changed much since the night on the hill up by Roxborough, since the night Ghost had dreamed of them. The only difference was the dark glasses both of them wore, even here in this dim club, in this air thick with smoke like blue cream. If anything, they were more beautiful than they had been in his dream, lusher than they had been up at the hill. No more were they dry and brittle. No more did their skin look as if it might flake away from their bones at the lightest touch. Tonight their lips shone purple with rouge, and the ripe insides of their mouths glistened pink. Their skin was the smooth white of almonds. Their colored silks writhed around them. They clutched each other with their bird-boned hands and pressed their hollow cheeks together. Their hair twined together, long strands of ruby red and yellow-white like mingling flames. Their faces echoed each other in a perfection that was at once opulent and dissolute. As the twins' song touched Ghost, he thought he caught their scent, too. Their heady bouquet of strawberry incense, clove cigarettes, wine and blood and rain and the sweat of passion. All the things they had loved when they were alive, the things that had dragged them down and carved the rich white flesh from their bones, the things that sustained them now. Incense and spice, wine and blood, sex and rain, and the juice of other lives, sucked away to saturate their brittle tissues, to restore them. They whispered their song to him. "Death is dark, death is sweet, death is eternal beauty, a lover with 1,000 tongues, 1,000 insect caresses. Death is easy, death is easy, death is easy, death is easy, death is easy." The patrons of the club must have seen these twins perform before, must have heard this susurrant song many times. They took up the chant. "Death is easy," they wailed. A girl near Ghost raised her arms, swaying. She wore a little black hat with a tattered veil that hung down over her face, a mourning hat. Beside her, a boy draped in fishnet and leather, a boy about Nothing's age, wrapped his thin arms around himself. Ghost saw tears glistening on the boy's fine-boned face. "Death is easy," the children whispered, and Ghost closed his eyes, but he could not keep their minds from brushing his. He knew that they believed those words. Why else did they shroud themselves in funeral garb? Why else were their thin wrists scarred with razor tracery delicate as spider webs? Why else did they make trysts in graveyards, starve themselves, and then kill their hunger with cigarettes, suck down their drinks, and swallow their exotic drugs with all the enthusiasm of children turned loose in a candy store? Why else did they love the vampires? If Arcady had spoken truly, the twins were vampires of a different sort. They did not live on blood, like Zyla and his pair of lollipop thugs, like Christian and nothing. These vampires sucked lives. They had sucked Ashley Raventon's life out, or so Arcady implied. They had left Ashley a dry husk, a skeleton, bound together by withered skin, with only the strength to finish what they had begun. Ghost could see the withered body suspended in the tower, slowly turning. The twins shared a microphone now, giving it head, taunting the crowd with their erotic narcissism. Their hands twined in each other's hair, their ripe lips nearly touched. The rest of the band was obscured, cast into shadow. All eyes were on the twins. Suddenly, through the fog of drunkenness that clouded Ghost's brain, suspicion flared. Why were they so opulent tonight? Why did their lips shine so wetly? Why did their bright hair writhe, alive with color? What had they found to sate them before the show? Now the red-headed twin had a skull in his hands. He held it up and slowly turned it, letting the colored stage lights play over its ivory surface. The eye sockets caught 2 beams of golden light, and a ripple of pleasure went through the crowd. Now all the lights went off except the ones shining directly on the skull. It hung above the stage, suspended in darkness, revolving slowly. Ghost thought he recognized it. Had the twins been back to the shop tonight? And if they had, who was taking care of Anne? Steve was watching the band and the audience, transfixed if not actually enjoying himself. Ghost grabbed his elbow. Steve swayed a little as he turned. Somehow his drinking had gotten ahead of Ghost's. He rolled his eyes. We never should have trusted Arcady's taste in music. You heard enough of this gothic crap? You want to go find a bar? No, said Ghost. He tightened his grip on Steve's arm. Listen, I think we better go back to Arcady's. I think something might be wrong. At any other time, the look Steve gave him would have hurt like hell, but there was no time to worry about himself. Ghost only stared back, and at last Steve dropped his gaze and muttered, Okay, whatever you say, man. Death is easy! A boy with red lipstick smudged around his eyes shouted into Steve's face. Steve shoved the boy out of his way and continued toward the door. The kid stumbled backward, as drunkenly limp as a rag doll, and spilled his fancy cocktail all over his friend. The friend's cigarette sputtered out. Steve didn't give a fuck. He stared at the back of Ghost's head, at the pale hair that straggled over the collar of Ghost's army jacket. For a second, just for a second, Steve wanted to grab a handful of that dirty, tangled, silky hair and yank it as hard as he could. He stuffed his hands in the pockets of his jeans. Not for the first time, and surely not for the last, Steve found himself wishing he could reach inside Ghost's skull and pull out the magic there. He wished he could grind it under his boot, leave it smeared across the beer-sticky floor. He'd been standing there, minding his own damn business, drunk enough to groove on the stupid music, a beer in each hand. For a couple of hours, Steve had managed to forget Anne and everything else. Now they were tearing off on some mission that could only mean more pain and trouble. Ghost's thoughts brushed Steve's. Ghost's fear was in him, and for a second he hated Ghost. If Ghost really did have a shining eye in his heart, as Arcady had said, Steve wished he could gouge it out. Have a nice night, the doorman called nastily after them as they left the club. When the cool night air touched his face, Steve calmed down a little. Crazy shit to be thinking about. What did he love best about Ghost? What had he always loved about Ghost? The magic. The weird, illogical, irritating magic. I'm sorry, he said, bumping into Ghost, hugging him. For one more moment, they were safe. They did not have to hurt. Neither wanted to move. But finally Ghost stepped away and pulled Steve by the arm. Come on, he said. We got to get back. Steve knew there was more trouble ahead, more stupid shit and agony, but he could not hate Ghost. No way, no how. He followed his best friend, maybe his only friend, through the maze of streets and alleys that led back to Arcady's shop, and the wind that fingered their hair blew off the river, smelling of oysters and pearls, of dark mud, and the bones of children. 32. "I'm dying," Molokai moaned. The floor beside him was spattered with fresh blood. "I already died," Twig told him. "I'm a zombie. I want to eat your brains." He lunged at Molokai, got a mouthful of hair. Molokai began to choke. After a moment, he vomited a long stream of blood, some of which soaked the front of Twig's jacket. They collapsed across the floor. "Not again." "I can't help it." "Shut up," screeched Zyla. The room fell silent except for the sound of Molokai and Twig softly gagging. At the first onset of the sickness, Zyla had collapsed in a corner, shivering madly. He would let no one near him. No one wanted to go near him. Nothing lay on the bed bathed in icy sweat. Long streaks of crimson marked the side of the mattress where he had vomited. Christian stood at the window. His back was rigid, his face drawn with disgust. The shade was pulled down. When he had tried to raise it, the others shrieked piteously at the faint light that filtered up from the gas lamps far below. At last, when the retching had subsided, he said, "Do none of you possess the sense of smell?" No one replied. "Do none of you possess the sense of taste?" Still no answer. Because if his cancer was far enough along to make all of you this sick, Wallace Creech must have reeked like a fresh grave. Or were you so eager to make your kill in our alley, under our window, that you paid no attention to the very things that give you power? Are you all mad?" Wild-eyed, Christian surveyed the room for a moment. Then, as if he knew the answer to his own question, he turned back to the window. Nothing's voice wavered toward him in the darkness. "Are we going to die?" Christian snorted. "No, you're going to, how would you put it, puke your guts out for about 24 hours. Then you'll be weak and tired for 24 more. Essentially, you have food poisoning. A fine way to spend your first full night in the French Quarter, no?" "You're so smug," hissed Zyla from the corner. "But what happens when you drink our poisons? Give you a double shot of chartreuse, and you'd be flat on your back, just like us." "Yes," Christian permitted himself a faint, cold smile, "but I would be wise enough not to drink a double shot of chartreuse." He remembered a time when he had not been so wise, and phantom pain shot through him. If they were hurting that badly, they deserved more sympathy. After all, he supposed they had thought they were doing him a favor. But Zyla didn't want sympathy. He hauled himself up on his elbows and glared at Christian. His eyes snapped green fire, visible from across the room. "Yeah?" he whispered. "Yeah? You know what I think? I think if we have to be sick, then you should be sick too." Christian hesitated, wary. "What do you mean?" "I mean, maybe you should have a drink, Chrissy." Molokai giggled. "Have a drink, Chrissy." Twig took up the chant. "Have a drink, Chrissy. Have a drink." Their voices chased each other around the room. Only nothing was silent. He lay absolutely still against the red-streaked sheets. Christian saw the shadow of his ribs under his white skin. "You can't make me," said Christian, but cold fear trickled down his spine. 24 hours puking our guts out," mused Zyla. "Then 24 more to recover. We could be on the road by the next night. The van's gassed up. Twig has the keys." "There's no chartreuse," said Christian wildly. Zyla waved a languid hand. "In your bag. The closet. Top shelf. 3 bottles." Then he leaned over, coughed, and vomited a great gob of blood. It cascaded down his chin and trailed onto the floor. When he straightened up, his face was as serene as ever. "Have a drink, Chrissy," he said. His voice was almost casual. Could he live like this, with Zyla always threatening him, dangling the constant specter of loneliness over his head? Christian considered the alternative. If they left, he would lose not only them, but nothing, too. His heart clenched at the thought of never seeing that fine, fragile face again. His only moments of love would be those he spent with the children, matching their caresses with his own before he tore their pale throats out and stole their lives. Whether he could live with Zyla's threats, Christian did not know, but he knew he could not live alone again. Numbly, as if in a dream from which he hoped to wake, he moved toward the closet. "Don't make me do this," he said when he had the bottle in his hand. He spoke calmly, but it was a plea born of desperation. Zyla only stared at him, eyes still flaring. His breath hissed in and out through his teeth, quick, jagged, painful. "Have a drink, Chrissy," he said. The first shot blazed green agony as it went down, and then Zyla made him drink another, and then another. 33. By the time they got back to Arcady's shop, Steve was running full tilt. Ghost lost his breath trying to keep up. Cold drops of sweat flew from them, catching the light of the street lamps. Ghost licked salt off his lips. The sweat in Steve's hair sparkled, as if his hair were full of a million tiny diamonds. "Hurry up," Steve panted as they swung into the alley. "You've got the key." Ghost fumbled with the key Arcady had given him, aware of Steve behind him wanting to wrest it out of his hand. At last, the door swung open. The shop was very cold. There was some other smell beneath the herbs and candles and incense, something dry, ready to crumble. The mummy smell, Ghost thought. That's what they smelled like. Ghost had never seen a mummy, but his grandmother had looked at a bunch of them in a museum once. "They were all in glass boxes," she told him. "You couldn't smell them, but I knew just how they would smell, like spice kept in a jar too long, like rags hung up to dry for 1,000 years. Pink and black candle wax had melted onto the velvet dropcloth of the altar. Steve took the stairs 3 at a time, kicking aside a heap of rags that lay across the top tread. Ghost followed slowly. There was a bad feeling here, a feeling of stillness, of nothing left alive. He didn't want to go upstairs, but he knew he had to. At the top of the stairs, he nudged the heap of rags with the toe of his sneaker. It rolled over and gaped up at him, lips stretched tight over teeth like chips of ivory. A tiny, half-dried trickle of blood seeped from the torn socket of its right eye. Arcady must have summoned the last of his strength to pull the knife out of his robe and drive it into his eye socket. Ghost had seen the knife on Arcady's nightstand, a long, lethal-looking thing with a jeweled handle and a 10-inch tapered blade. His hands were still folded around the haft. Ghost saw the gleam of precious stones between fingers like dry kindling. Steve's boot had punched a sizable hole in Arcady's brittle rib cage. Inside the body cavity, withered organs hung like empty wineskins, grayish-brown, already coated with a fine layer of dust. How the twins must have loved Arcady, Ghost thought. How many wild nights they must have spent with him to be able to suck him so utterly dry. How could this bundle of shriveled tissues have lived long enough to drive a knife into its own eye? But the knife protruded from the socket in mute testimony. Gently, Ghost pried Arcady's brittle fingers from the haft, drew the blade from Arcady's eye, and tried to tuck the white robe around the desiccated little body. He closed Arcady's withered eyelids as carefully as he could, but they still flaked away beneath his fingers. Then he made himself go into the bedroom. The light was as flat and dead as neon, though it was only the light of the moon shining through the window. Steve sat on the edge of the bed. Beside him was a hump swathed in bloody sheets. Steve's face had gone an absolute eerie white. Thick blood coated his hands. He raked his fingers through his hair, matting it and streaking his forehead. "She's dead," he said. "Are you sure?" Steve laughed the most hopeless laugh Ghost had ever heard. "Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Come here and get a good look, why don't you?" Ghost stepped closer to the bed, and Steve yanked the sheet back. Anne lay on her side, twisted into an attitude that was painful to look at. Her neck craned stiffly back. Her face was a grimace of pain. Crusted rivulets of blood ran from the corners of her mouth. Her hands were thrust between her outstretched legs as if she had been clawing at herself. Blood slimed her arms to the elbows like gory gloves. Most of the bandages had come unraveled, or Anne had torn them away. They lay in a sodden heap beside the bed. The sheet beneath Anne's hips was a black nightmare of blood. She had bled so much that the sheet and the mattress could not absorb it all. The overflow pooled in the wrinkles and depressions of the bedclothes, clotting as thick and dark as jelly. Cupped in Anne's hands, half encased in a glob of gelatinous blood, Ghost saw a pale shape no larger than a red bean. The dot of an eye, the veined bubble of a skull, tiny fingers like the petals of sea anemones. He looked away. 4 a.m. is when all my dreams die, Anne had told him. It would always be 4 a.m. for her now. Nothing could ever get her through this last, longest night. "You know what?" Steve laughed again and shoved his bloody hair back. "There's even blood on her eyeballs. How the fuck did it get on her eyeballs? What did he give her? What did we give her?" He stared wildly around the room, at the dusty walls, the cobwebbed ceiling. He met Ghost's eyes, but there was no sign of recognition in his empty stare. A long shudder ran through him. Then he seemed to pull himself together. His eyes were no longer blank. They shone with the glaze of alcohol and unhealthy resolve. "I'm going to kill them," he said. "You found Anne. You can find where they live, and you're going to take me there and help me kill them all." Ghost had to moisten his lips before he spoke. "I don't want to kill anybody," he said. "Yeah?" Steve grinned his humorless grin. "Then how come you're holding that?" Ghost looked down at his hand. He was holding Arcady's jeweled knife. The slender blade was dazzling in the cold neon light. Ghost raised his eyes back to Steve's. Slowly he shook his head. "Fuck you, then!" Steve jumped up and bolted onto the landing, heading for the stairs. Ghost started to follow. But before he reached the door, he turned back and dug a handkerchief out of one of his pockets. Quickly, without thinking much about it, he took the head of the fetus between thumb and forefinger and extracted it from the lump of congealed blood. The back of his hand brushed Anne's inner thigh. It was scaly with dried gore. The tiny skull was still warm, and for a moment the sticky skin seemed to twitch between his fingers. But that was only his hand trembling. He wrapped the fetus in his handkerchief and tucked the bundle into his pocket. Out on the landing, Steve snatched Arcady's withered corpse up by the front of its robe and slammed it against the wall. The brittle cranium shattered. Dust sifted from the cavity, powdered Steve's hands, mingled with Anne's blood. "What'd you do to her?" Steve yelled into the ruined face. "What was that stuff, Drano? Why did we trust you?" He kicked the body down the stairs. At the bottom it crumbled, the white robe settling over a pile of dust and splintered bones. Steve followed it. Ghost ran down after him and tried to grab him, but Steve was already raging through the shop. He kicked Arcady's altar, and it crashed over, though Ashley's skull was nowhere to be seen. He tore the beaded curtain down. Bright bits of plastic skittered across the floor. He swept rows of bottles and boxes off the shelves. Strange, pungent smells wafted up from the spilt substances. "Fucker," said Steve helplessly. "Goddamn shithead fucker." He might have been speaking of God, or Arcady, or himself. He stood with his feet splayed and his eyes rolling wildly, looking for something else to destroy, something whose broken fragments might magically recoalesce into a whole, living Anne. He grabbed the knife from Ghost's hand and raised it high above his head. Ghost saw plainly what Steve intended to do next. He was going to bring the heavy handle down on the glass case where Arcady's bowls and jars were laid out. Several 100 pounds of shattering glass, even in a back alley of the French Quarter late at night, might attract attention. And with Anne lying in her own blood upstairs and the proprietor smashed to powder in the back room, attention was not what they wanted. "Don't do that," Ghost said and caught Steve's arm. Steve whirled on him. For a moment, Ghost thought Steve would bring the knife down in his face, but Steve only stood poised to attack, the muscles of his arms trembling. "Listen," Ghost said as calmly as he could. "It wasn't your fault. It wasn't even Arcadie's fault. Anne made her own choice." Bewitched, he thought, but that wouldn't help Steve. Steve's lips worked soundlessly. His eyes were red and desperate, but ever so slowly he lowered the knife. In that moment, despite the dark smears of blood on his forehead and the lines of exhaustion bracketing his mouth, Steve's face looked younger and more vulnerable than ever. It was the face of the 11-year-old kid Ghost had once known, wanting badly to believe what Ghost was telling him, wanting to trust Ghost, but not quite able. At last Steve said, "You don't think it was my fault?" "It was never your goddamn fault." "Or Arcadie's even? You don't think she died because of the poison we gave her?" "She would have died no matter what, Steve. Arcadie told us she couldn't have an abortion, and the baby would have killed her. It wasn't our fault. Not a damn thing could have helped her." "The vampires did it." Soft, but simmering with rage and pain. "Yeah, vampires. So what if they are? Does that mean they can just roll into town, fuck up my life, then go off and party some more? I was fucking up my life just fine on my own. I didn't need them. Anne didn't need them. I still loved her. I would have... "I know you would have." "But now I can't." Steve spread his hands wide. "There's no choice anymore. Everything I wanted, everything she ever wanted, none of it can ever happen now. And how come? Because some vampire was horny?" He hefted the knife. "No, it's not going to be that way. You can find them, Ghost. You can take me to their lair. And I'm going to kick some vampire ass." Christian clawed the bathroom door open and felt his way back along the landing. His good night vision could not help him now, because his eyes were squeezed shut against the pane. It washed over him again, a green nausea that felt as if it were turning his guts into bloody lace, a sickness that clutched the softest core of him and squeezed. Twice already he had made his way to the bathroom. His fastidiousness would not allow him to vomit on the floor as the others were doing, though now he was far sicker than any of them, except possibly nothing. He swore at himself. Stupid, stupid, falling for Zyla's tricks, trying to buy their love. You can never be like them. They are young and strong and wild. To them, the blood is just another path to drunken gratification. You are old, and for you the blood is life itself. But as the chartreuse blazed down, he had felt as if he were drinking those eyes, Zyla's eyes. Zyla had made him drink half the bottle. Molokai and Twig egged him on between bouts of retching. Nothing lay silent, slit-eyed, beaded with icy sweat. Christian pushed the door shut, stumbled across the room, and fell on the bed beside Nothing. He heard no gagging or moaning. Everyone else seemed to be asleep. The blaze of green pain lessened a little. Christian opened his eyes and studied the delicate pattern of watermarks on the ceiling, following their lines, wondering if they formed maps that someone might travel, wondering if they formed the map that had brought him and Nothing and the others here, to this city, to this room. Soon his eyes closed, and he slept dark, dreamless sleep. His feet sore from all the night's running, his heart ready to burst with Steve's pain and his own, Ghost led Steve along Chartres Street. Steve had jammed the dagger into the waistband of his jeans. The jeweled handle protruded obscenely. Ghost was pretty sure he knew where Nothing and the others were staying. He didn't have to be psychic to use the phone book, and Christian's bar was still listed. But how do you know about the bar? The long-ago nights empty even at Mardi Gras? How do you know about the room upstairs where a girl gave birth to her own death? These were questions best asked in dreams. Ghost let his feet lead him along. He shouldn't be taking Steve on this fool mission at all, putting them both in danger. He should lead him to a dead end, an empty room somewhere, or a bar. But Steve had been put through enough bullshit tonight. Something in Ghost rebelled at lying to him. Anyway, the vampires would surely be out drinking somewhere. Steve could go upstairs and bang on the door until he saw the room was empty. Then there would be no reason to stay. Steve saw the boarded-up window, the shabby door with the faded sign above it that still said Christians. Beside it, an unmarked door stood open. A long staircase ascended into darkness. "Is this it?" Steve didn't wait for an answer. The truth was in Ghost's eyes. He put his hand on the jeweled haft and started up. Halfway to the top, the darkness took on a velvety tangibility, as if Ghost might stroke it with his hand. Above him, he heard Steve feeling his way up the stairs, banging his head against the walls, missing a step and stumbling when he finally reached the landing. Up here, there was a little light, dim and watery, as if the moon shone in through an unseen hole in the roof. "This door?" Steve asked. There were 3. "Yeah, but—" Ghost stared at the door. He had thought the room would be empty, but it didn't feel empty. Steve twisted the knob and gave the door a vicious kick with the toe of his boot. It swung open, and before Ghost could react, Steve had stepped inside. It was even darker in the apartment. Steve couldn't see the bed or its 2 shadowy occupants until he was upon them. His knees hit the edge of the mattress, and he nearly lost his balance. Only the thought of falling into bed with 2 vampires steadied him. The room reeked of blood and vomit. Steve's stomach clenched, and all the beer he had drunk earlier threatened to make itself known to him again. But he was past being sick. There was another smell, too, something herbal and alcoholic. It was coming, he realized, from one of the figures on the bed. It was on his breath. Steve pulled the knife out. The haft felt good in his hand, heavy and sure. It would cleave straight through the motherfucker's heart. Blood for Anne's blood. And then he would keep carving. He would take out as many of them as he could. The weight of the knife tugged at Steve's arm, as if the thin, sharp blade were hungry for blood. A thread of doubt touched him. Blood for blood. That was right. But somewhere in him he knew that this was not the one who had killed Anne. This was not Zyla. Did they all have to die for Zyla's sins? Steve wavered, nearly dropped the knife. But then the demon in his mind began to whisper. Not his old, familiar demon. This was a new one, darker and more twisted, with a dark, shapeless mouth and eyes that wept blood. Anne died like a roadkill, it told him. And you know it was your fault. Fuck what Ghost says. You know the part you played. If you can't do this, you might as well carry her bloody corpse back to Missing Mile, slung over your shoulders. Steve's hands tightened convulsively around the haft of the knife. The sharp facets of the jewels cut into his palms. Zyla was somewhere in this room. He knew that. And Zyla would be next. Then the demon was pulling his arms down, and Steve screamed his exultant rage as the blade cracked the vampire's breastbone and sank into his soft, dark heart. Nothing struggled to wake up. Something was wrong. His body felt sheathed in dry sweat, and he could not force his eyelids open. He had been so sick from Wallace's blood. They all had. The smell of vomit was still strong in the room. Vomit and chartreuse and beer. No one had drunk beer tonight. That much he was certain of. Nothing managed to open his eyes. He had just enough time to see Steve standing over the bed, his face terrified but crazily exultant, his arms raised high above his head. And then nothing saw the blade plunge down into Christian's body beside him. Christian's black blood arced up from his chest, splattering the moonlight, soaking into the carpet to mingle with the faded blood of Jesse. The impact brought Christian up from sleep. For a moment there was pain, deep and cold, but compared with the sickness he had felt earlier, the pain was not very bad. It was like being adrift on a river, one that smelled of mud and bones like the Mississippi, but this river was green. Its gentle luminescence bathed him and soaked through him. At last he was drunk. The river made him drunk, and his mind grew dim and began to rest. Heart blood welled up in his mouth, and he licked it from his lips. The taste was sweet, dark, familiar, and it would stay with him forever. It was the essence of him. Through the bright film that washed over his eyes, he saw a face above him, translucent hair hanging like a waterfall, pale eyes, wide and stricken. As Christian sank beneath the green waters of his death, he thought, 383 years, and he was as beautiful as he should have been. He was lovely. There were too many words in Ghost's mouth, ready to spill into the silence of the room. Murderer, he wanted to say. My best friend, my only brother. I once saw you run your car off the road to keep from hitting a stray dog. How could you stab someone through the heart? How could you bear it as you looked into his eyes? But in the end, he didn't say any of those words, because the silence erupted around them. Ghost had come up beside the bed. He was standing a little behind Steve, and he never saw Zyla coming. Steve must have seen him because he stepped backward. There was only a heart-stopping blur of motion launching itself out of the darkness. Then the razor flashed, and every speck of light in the room seemed to coalesce along its deadly edge. Wetness hit Ghost's face, hot and stinging. The taste was in his mouth, in his throat. Blood. Steve's blood, spraying. Zyla had Steve around the chest, forcing him down. Steve bucked and clawed at him, but Zyla's free hand had the razor, and now it was swinging down, toward Steve's throat. The knife still protruded from Christian's chest, jewels glittering dully in the faint light. Ghost reached out and pulled it free. Christian's heart made a faint sucking sound as the blade came away. Blood seeped from the wound. Ghost felt that he moved in slow motion. The razor was still swinging down. He took 2 steps forward. Easily, he slid his left arm around Zyla's neck. Effortlessly, he pulled Zyla's chin up and back. Then he drove the knife straight into Zyla's temple, and that was the hardest thing he had ever done. Nothing saw it all. He was still on the bed, half propped on his elbows, naked except for the vomit-stained sheet that covered him. He saw Steve bring the knife down into Christian's chest, and he had not even had time to react to that when Zyla flew like a demented bat out of the corner and whipped his razor across Steve's upraised forearms. Then the most extraordinary thing of all happened. Ghost took the knife, stepped forward, and lifted Zyla straight off the floor. He only had one arm around Zyla's neck, but nothing saw Zyla's feet dangling an inch above the floorboards. Ghost hoisted Zyla around so that he was facing the bed, and Zyla's eyes met nothing's as the knife went in. There was no love in them, no sorrow, only pain and blame and blind rage. This was not the way Zyla had planned it. Through all the stupid risks he took, he had never considered the possibility of his own death. "This is your fault," those eyes told nothing. "You brought me to this, and this should be happening to you." Then the green light blazed once and went out. Zyla's eyes were as dead as a blown light bulb, but their message had burned itself into nothing, had hardened him faster and better than anything else could. Zyla's feet kicked and shuffled an inch above the floor. Blood began to seep around the handle of the knife, then from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes. His mouth fell open, and a fountain of blood tumbled down his chin, washed over Ghost's arm and hand. That seemed to wake Ghost. The strain of Zyla's weight hit him, and he let the body fall. He stared unbelievingly at his hands. "Steve?" he said in a small voice. "What?" Steve was slumped against the bed. He had taken off his shirt and was pressing it between his arms, trying to stop the bleeding from his slashed wrists. Tiredly, he looked up at Ghost. "I owe you another one," he said. Nothing glanced around the room. Where were Molokai and Twig? He saw them huddled against the far wall, heard them puking more violently than ever. He didn't know if they had seen Zyla die. Right now, they sounded as if they were beyond caring. He looked at Ghost. Ghost stared back. His eyes were clear and very pale. "I could kill you, you know," Nothing heard himself say. "I could make them get up and kill you." Ghost didn't move. "I know you could." "I could make them kill both of you." "It'll be me first, then," said Ghost. Nothing looked at Zyla's body sprawled on the floor. Rivulets of blood crawled along the cracks between the floorboards where Zyla's head had fallen. He thought of never feeling those strong, veined hands on him again, of never kissing that lush mouth. He thought of never again having anyone tell him what to do. "Take that thing out of him," he said. Ghost knelt and pulled the knife out of Zyla's skull. He had to wiggle the blade free, but Nothing didn't look away. The knife left a clean, narrow wound in Zyla's temple. A pale, slightly cloudy fluid began to trickle from it. "Now get out," said Nothing. Steve and Ghost only stared at him. "Now! If they get up, I'll let them kill you. They loved Zyla too." Nothing wasn't sure if he meant this. Could he really watch Steve and Ghost die, even now? He thought of the cold message he had seen in Zyla's eyes, and wondered whether he would ever have known the truth if Zyla had lived. Still, his father had loved him in his way, in the way of decadence and self-gratification, but even that was worth something. Nothing was amazed at how calm he felt. He never knew his face was wet with tears. Life was his now. When he was on the road, he would want to think about Steve and Ghost, to know they were alive somewhere. He hadn't wanted Anne's baby to die either, not really. It would have been his brother or his sister. He would have taken care of it. He would have held it on his knees so it could look out the windows of the van and dabbed wine and blood on its soft little gums. He knew Anne must be dead. Why else would Steve have come on this murdering rampage? But if he never asked, he would be able to pretend the baby was alive somewhere, growing up without its family, just as he had done. Maybe, someday, they'd be driving along some country road, and suddenly there would be Zyla's child, Nothing's brother or sister, sticking out a hopeful thumb. Maybe. "Go on," he told Ghost more gently. "Steve's hurt. Get him to a hospital. Take him home." Ghost pulled Steve up, and they left without a word. Nothing didn't watch them go. He had enough goodbyes to say. Toward morning, when the sky was beginning to go from purple to transparent violet, Molokai and Twig awakened from their nauseated daze. At first they were frightened when they saw the bodies. Then they got mad, but Nothing only clamped his arms across his chest and stared them down. "Zyla would have killed them," said Twig sullenly. "Zyla tried," said Nothing. He knew how cold his words sounded. But if he could make Molokai and Twig feel his power now, in these first few minutes, he did not think they would challenge him again. "I did it the way I wanted to," he told them, and no one had anything to say to that. All of them knew what to do for their dead. There was not much blood left in Christian's body. The tapered blade of the knife had pierced his heart and crushed it, and most of his blood had drained into the mattress. They licked what they could from his face, his hands, his chest. They sucked at the edges of the wound. With a wet snuffling sound, Molokai buried his face in the hole the knife had made. He nibbled at Christian's torn heart and pronounced it bitter. Tenderly, they laid Zyla out on the bed and used his pearl-handled razor to slit him open from sternum to pubic bone. Nothing saw strangely shaped organs glistening in the pale aperture. They lifted the organs out and arranged them carefully, lovingly, on the bed around him. Then, one by one, they thrust their heads into the long wound and licked the husk of Zyla clean. As the sun rose, shedding its wan light upon the proud old buildings of the French Quarter and the trash in its gutters, they left Christian's room and filed down the stairs. The black van was parked 2 blocks away. Nothing hated to leave so soon. He had spent only 2 nights here, one of them puking his guts out. It wasn't fair. He smiled, though it barely touched his lips. Fair? How long had it been since he expected things to be fair? If you wanted something, you didn't wait for the world to deal it out to you. You took it. If he had learned nothing else during his time with Zyla, he had learned that. And anyway, it didn't matter that he had to leave New Orleans so soon. The city was in his blood. He would be back. There was always time. Nothing had left his long black raincoat behind, draped over the bodies like a shroud. In its place, he wore Zyla's jacket with its purple silk lining. The fresh bloodstains were like badges. The smell of them twisted his heart, but he wore them with pride. Just before they left the room, nothing had pulled the shade up. As the first ray of light touched the bodies of Zyla and Christian, their flesh began to smolder and crumble. In less than an hour, it was only ash. 34. Steve got his arms stitched and bandaged at Charity Hospital on the edge of the French Quarter. The doctors on duty in the emergency room suspected a suicide attempt, but Steve kept telling his story over and over, and Ghost kept backing him up. They'd been out drinking. A gang of kids had jumped them. One of the kids pulled a razor. Steve flung his arms up to protect his face and got slashed. They had to talk to a policeman, and Ghost could see Steve getting ready to break down. It was in the corners of his mouth, the way his shoulders sagged. Ghost closed his eyes and tried to send Steve strength. At last, they were allowed to go. For a few minutes, they stood outside the hospital in the cool dawn. Steve stared at his gauze-swathed arms. "If I wanted to kill myself," he muttered, "I wouldn't have slashed my goddamn wrists like some kind of half-assed moron." Ghost started walking back toward the car. After a moment, Steve followed. "I'd get a shotgun, straight through the brain." Ghost shuddered, but Steve didn't notice. "Or I'd drive up to the mountains and run my car over a guardrail, 1,000 feet down, and bam! You're spread out over a mile of rocks." They reached the car. Steve stood staring around him, seeming to search for something in the faces of the old buildings, maybe just having a final look at the place that had claimed so much from him. Ghost wondered if they would ever come back here. Ghost drove all the way back to Missing Mile. The muscles of his shoulders and upper arms were sore. The palms of his hands tingled faintly, and he kept wiping them on his knees, on the fabric of the seat. Again and again he felt the knife going into Zyla's skull, the terrible lack of resistance as it slid through Zyla's brain. He had heard Zyla's final shriek of rage and agony in his mind. He'd had to do it. Steve would be dead now if he hadn't, his throat sliced wide open and his life bled away. Still, Ghost felt the knife going in. "Somewhere in the Louisiana swamps," Steve said. "Pull over." Ghost killed the ignition. In the dark phosphorescence of the swamp, Steve's tears shone as clear and bright as crystal. Blindly, he reached for Ghost, pressed his face into Ghost's hair, rubbed his hands over Ghost's face, gathered the fabric of Ghost's clothes between his fingers. "You're here," he gasped. "I know you're here. I can feel you. I can smell you. You're not going to go away." "Steve," said Ghost. "Oh, Steve." He could hardly speak. Just to hold each other was not enough. Again he wished that their hearts could be joined. Maybe that would clean some of the blood from their hands. Back in Missing Mile, they were a little puzzled when their friends did not greet them with astonishment. It was hard to realize that they had only been gone a few days. Terry told them that Simon Bransby had been found dead in an easy chair in his living room. The house, Terry said with mild amusement, was full of crazy shit. Catguts pickled in formaldehyde, terrariums full of toads that bounced off the glass as if they were tripping on high-grade acid. Simon had died of a Valium overdose, and everybody thought it was suicide, presumably because his only daughter had finally left home for good. Anne was never heard from, and only a handful of people in Missing Mile, RJ, Terry, Monica, knew anything about what had happened to her. Not even they knew the whole tale. They discovered that even in the face of pain that seems unbearable, even in the face of pain that wrings the last drop of blood out of your heart and leaves its scrimshaw tracery on the inside of your skull, life goes on, and pain grows dull and begins to fade. Steve went back to work at the whirling disc, played his guitar obsessively. Kinsey Hummingbird hired him to tend bar a couple of times a week at the Sacred U. Sometimes Steve would start screaming in the night. He would wake, sobbing, clawing at the darkness in front of his face. Ghost held him and tried to warm the chill of nightmare out of his bones. By day, Ghost wandered around town picking up leaves and bits of colored glass, talking to the old men who had moved their checker game inside the hardware store for winter. They kidded him about the bad times he'd said were coming, but stopped when they saw the look on his face. One day he rode his bike out to Miss Caitlin's and told her everything. At the end of the hour it took him, he was sobbing. Miss Caitlin patted his hand and said the things Ghost had known she would say. She believed it, every word, and his grandmother would be proud of him. Then she told him something he hadn't known. That Raventon fellow was a fake and a liar. Huh? Pennyroyal, Yarrow, Brooklime. Miss Caitlin flapped a wrinkled hand. All those things are good to start a pessary with, but they wouldn't do a damn thing together. Not strong enough. The girl would have died anyway, Ghost. Ghost wondered. But when he was lying awake at night, staring at the stars on his ceiling, and thinking about everything, Miss Caitlin's words made him feel better. One December day, Ghost found himself out on Violin Road near the trailer where Christian and the others had lived. The tangle of rose bushes still grew wild in the backyard, and though Missing Mile was deep in winter, one rose blossomed in the heart of the thicket. When Ghost reached for it, a thorn sank like a tooth into the ball of his thumb. Bright drops of his blood spattered the frozen ground. Blood for blood, he whispered. Again, he remembered how the knife had felt going into Zyla's skull. On an evening in early spring, Steve and Ghost walked out to the old graveyard. Beside Miles Hummingbird's weathered tombstone, unmarked, was a soft spot in the ground where Ghost had buried the fetus still wrapped in his handkerchief. He wished he could have placed Anne's body here, too. But this was part of her. This would have to do. Ghost wondered where Anne was now. He wished he could ask Miles, but he would not. What goes on between the dead, his grandmother had told him, is the dead's own business. Steve rolled a joint, lit it, passed it to Ghost, and began to talk lovingly about what a piece of shit the T-Bird was. He was going to sell it to the junkyard, he said, and throw a party to celebrate. Whenever Steve started talking that way, it meant he was thinking about a road trip. That might do them both good. Steve was quiet for a while. When the joint had burned down to a ragged end, he turned to Ghost. Listen. What? Everything that happened last fall. I know it was real. I mean, I was there. But it's still hard, Ghost. Steve spread his arms wide. What does it do to you? How do you deal with it? Doesn't it fuck you up to know that we touched something evil? That it's still out there in the world? Steve was letting himself think about those days again. For a long time he had refused to. His world was visibly torn apart, but he would not acknowledge what had sundered it. Ghost held him during his night terrors and never tried to make him talk. But a postcard had come in the mail last week, a brightly colored postcard, its edges ragged, its message blurred with the grime of small-town post offices. Ghost knew Steve had seen it. You are safe, the card had said. You will be safe as long as I live, forever, or nearly so. I love you. And the signature was scrawled large across the bottom, the T like a dagger thrusting down, the N and the loop of the G swooping like bat's wings. Nothing. I don't know. Ghost said at last. "Maybe they were evil, like Miss Caitlin says. My grandmother told me you shouldn't try to define evil, that the minute you think you've got it all pinned down, a kind of evil you never even thought of will sneak up behind you and jump inside your head. I don't think anyone knows what evil is. I don't think anyone has the right to say. So, maybe they were just like us. I hate what they did, what they do. But they'd hate our lives, too. Maybe they did what they had to do to live, and tried to get a little love and have a little fun before the darkness took them." "I love you, Ghost." Ghost felt his heart expand. "Love you, too." He accepted the last of the joint from Steve, sucked at it, closed his eyes. When the smoke was gone, he stretched out on the pine needles, his head in Steve's lap. Steve stroked his hair, and through those guitar-calloused fingertips, Ghost caught Steve's mood. Lonely, but not alone. Bitter, but not destroyed. They had made it through the winter. They stayed in the graveyard, talking sometimes, drifting off to sleep and waking to see their breath plume in the air, watching the sky until it grew pale with the first light of morning. Epilogue. 50 years later. Night. Black night in a club. 4 a.m. Relieved only by the watery neon pulse that filters through the holes in the ceiling. The club is in the basement of a burned-out building, so most of the light is lost in the charred and rusted skeleton of steel that towers 17 stories into the night. But some light filters through, purplish and flat. Night in a club. These dives have changed very little. The walls are painted black, scorched in spots, crawling with arcane graffiti. Spiky insignia, dripping band emblems sprayed in gold and red. This club is located a few blocks from the edge of the French Quarter, and Mardi Gras week has just begun. Less than a mile away, the endless party rages through the streets. The bright costumes swirl by. The liquor flows like milk. They will be there soon enough. On the tiny stage, separated from the dance floor by strands of barbed wire, 2 members of a snuff rock band are packing up their equipment. The cords and effects, the violin bows and bone saws, the ampules of blood the audience thinks is fake. They mix it with alcohol to keep it from coagulating too quickly. They have not forgotten their old customs. Their faces are smudged white, with rows of tiny, slightly raised black dots in elaborate patterns of scarification. They wear their hair twisted into hundreds of matted, filthy little braids. Their eyes are ringed and gray. They still bleed from the slashes made by the singer's chrome-tipped whip upon their hands and faces and naked, pierced chests, but they are healing fast. On a steel bench that runs along the wall, a young man is curled on his side, asleep, the band's singer. His fist is pressed against his mouth, and his lips make a slight sucking motion. He looks perhaps 20, too thin for his height. His face has taken on a cool ivory beauty, the high, sharp cheekbones, the twin black arches of his eyebrows sweeping toward his temples, the flickering dark pools of his eyes as he dreams. His hair falls across his forehead in a straight, smooth sheaf, blue-black. The air in the club is colder than the semi-tropical night outside, and in his sleep the young man has pulled his purple-lined coat tightly around him. He has good reason to be tired. He runs a tight crew, and he has kept them alive, well-fed, and sated for half a century. The band have finished packing up. At the sound of their footsteps approaching, the young man comes awake, blinking up at them. At first his vision makes them hazy, and he thinks there are 3 of them, 3 clumps of hair, 3 faces defined in blots of dark makeup. But slowly they come clear, and there are only 2. The memory of singing tonight returns to him. He gives strange performances, alternately whispering his words and shrieking them, his hands clenched at his sides, then flung out gesturing at the crowd as if he would conjure them all into hell. He swirls his whip through the smoky air and watches the audience bleed. And sometimes, as he sings, he remembers another night at a different club, a night when a pale-eyed wraith clung to a microphone as if the crowd would drown him. He remembers a hoarse, golden voice. But the show is over. He smiles up at them and asks, "What did you bring me?" Molokai pulls his hand out of his pocket and opens his fingers. Lying on his grubby palm is a hypodermic needle full of blood. Nothing opens his mouth. Molokai places the sharp tip of the needle, carefully, ever so carefully, on Nothing's tongue and pushes the plunger. The blood trickles down Nothing's throat, rich and sweet. "We saved the last for you," Twig tells him. "We can get more," says Nothing. The others nod in agreement. "We can always get more," says Nothing. A smile of happy anticipation spreads across Molokai's scarified face, and he jabs Twig in the ribs. Twig returns the jab with a tug on one of Molokai's tiny braids. "Because we have time," Nothing tells them, "forever and ever." For the first time in years he thinks of Christian, his smooth, impassive face, his coldly tragic eyes. He believes Christian would be proud of him now. "Or nearly so," he whispers a beat later, but the others have already turned away. The stage lights have been turned off, and the neon of the buzz vendors flickers only fitfully. Nothing leads his family out of the club in darkness. They are headed for Bourbon Street. Nothing knows how to get there, and where they can pick up a bottle of chartreuse along the way. Molokai is playing with a heavy silver doubloon of the same shape and size as those thrown from Mardi Gras parade floats, along with all the other colored trinkets. But this coin is older than any Mardi Gras doubloon. Molokai keeps tossing it into the air and catching it. Nothing snatches the coin in midair and looks at it. Over the years, Molokai's sticky fingerprints have worn away some of the carving. The man's lips no longer appear so full, and his sharp teeth are barely visible. "Let me see that, kiddo," says Twig, making a grab for the coin. They bandy it about for a few moments, tossing it back and forth, trying to spin it on the ends of their fingers. As they climb the stairs to street level, the sound of their boots on the cement echoes back along the graffiti-swarming corridor, up through the spider webs and the maze of burned-out girders, out into the night. Night, and they are gone. The footsteps still echoing, then silent, then black. End of Lost Souls by Poppy Z. Brite. Read by Gregory Gorton in the studios of Potomac Talking Book Services, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, August 1994. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Delacorte Press, Bantam Doubleday Dell Publishing Group, Incorporated, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.